Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being with us on a Saturday morning, and welcome to one of our flagship programs, the Bengal Chamber Marketing and Brand Conclave, D2C, Connected, Closer and Cozier. Before we proceed further, I would like to express the Bengal Chamber's sincere gratitude to our chief patron, JIS Group, our title sponsor, Tata Steel Ashiana, our part-buy sponsors, Excite Industries Limited, Berger Paints India Limited, Quaker Houghton, Century Plyboards India Limited, exclusive media partner, The Telegraph, our co-sponsors, Shalimar Chemical Works Private Limited, Lead Squad, Macho Hint and Simple, our outdoor partner, Selwell. Thank you all for extending your support for making this event happen. I would now request Mr. Anup Hoon, Chairperson, Marketing and Brand Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to deliver the welcome address and set the context of the program. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Saturday mornings are indeed challenging. On behalf of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, it's my pleasure to welcome each one of you to the 13th edition of the Marketing and Brand Conclave. So we've done it 13 times. First of all, I must thank all the speakers for taking out time, being with us this morning, traveling to Kolkata, time away from the family for a weekend. We really look forward to hearing you, sharing your experiences, perspectives, knowledge, and how you look into the future. Each year, when we choose a topic for the Brand Conclave, give you a feel of what we've done in the past. Last year, we did a very interesting one, which was the business of sports. So outside the marketing context, when we see new vistas, new happenings, and brands which are working in sports, so we took on the business of sports. The earlier one was where we were examining how conventions have been buried and transformation routes. Before which it was influencer marketing, it's been brand stories, rural marketing, and what have you. So how do we think about D2C? In the month of January, one of the things that we talked about in the marketing fraternity was the founding of ONDC, the Open Network of Digital Commerce, founded on the 31st of December, 2022. And that was going to be a network which is going to ensure inclusion of shoppers, technology platforms, and sellers. And what it really estimated that by 2030, they were going to be talking about 420 million sellers and buyers. So obviously, the whole marketplace is going to change. It's going to be very, very radical in nature. And then began the discussion of D2C. So there was this traditional definition of D2C, which you said is the channels which are direct to the consumer from brands. I guess the definition has changed. And there is a whole host of new definitions which are there. So I'm going to leave it to the experts, the panel, to talk about the new definitions and what to each business D2C is going to mean. Not forgetting that we today have about 600 brands which sell directly to consumers, and the figure which they share is about a $66 billion turnover that they annually do, as estimated in 2023. So I'm not doing the mathematics as to what it is going to look like in 2030, because that is going to be mind-blowing. Having said that, when we decided that yes, D2C is what we need to talk about, and this is something which is concerning all marketeers, all brands, and also the approach to business. You then get down to putting together the speakers. And what we really looked at is traditional industry, the kind of changes which have taken place there, people who have founded and begun D2C brands, people who are managing brands for D2C as brand managers, people who invest, right, which is very interesting to note that at the end of the day, a lot of D2C happened because of investors and angel investors who put money behind it. So what does that investor look at and say, why will I invest this money and where does the success come from? We also said that, if we looked at some of the traditional brands, typically in the building material industry, and what this journey has been in the past and how they are preparing themselves for the immediate future. There, of course, interestingly, there is this role of the influencer. And while we look at the influencer, it is slowly becoming a partnership between the brand, the product, and the influencer. And are consumers really buying products or are they buying solutions? Are they tending to buy solutions? Right? So these are going to be very strong partnerships which are going to be built. The A and B class influencers will possibly be tied up with one brand, right? So you're going to have influencers and brands on one side, and who will be talking and servicing consumers with solutions. When we looked at, what the tagline is, and we talked about, so we said, yes, connected, closer. And then we chose the word cozier, right? I think brands need to warm up to consumers, build relationships, and the kind of positioning in the mind of the consumer has to be one of a very close, concerned relationship is where the consumer is looking at. This world changed in 2020 when COVID came. All definitions changed. So, when you say connected, closer and cozier, I think all of us are in some way or the other trying to cozy up to consumers. Let me stop here. And, I'm sure all of you are going to benefit listening to all the experts on the panel. And we do hope at the end of the day, and that is what our objective for our members concerned, or the marketing fraternity, is to carry back certain thoughts, certain perspectives on which they can work, innovate, and re-examine their strategies of business and how to proceed with the challenges of the future. Thank you very much for being with here, and I do hope you enjoyed the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to welcome Mr. Obijit Roy, Senior Vice President of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Managing Director and CEO, Berger Paints India Limited, to deliver the opening keynote address. Mr. Obijit Roy started his career with Asian Paints India Limited and joined L'Oreal in 1994. He joined Berger Paints in 1996 and took over as the Managing Director and CEO of Berger Paints India Limited in 2012. A mechanical engineer from Jadavpur University and an MBA from IIM Bangalore, Mr. Roy was listed by Business Today as Best 100 CEOs of India twice, nominated as Best CEO in Private Sector by Forbes India twice. He received Most Enterprising CEO Award from Times Business Awards, Business Leader of the Year Award by Sanmarg Group, and Distinguished Alumni Award by IIM Bangalore. Welcome, sir.
Good morning to all of you. The topic which has been given to me is direct to consumer, connected, closer and cozier, and I'm supposed to be speaking on that. The 3 C's which are required to be successful in the D2C business. These 3 C's are very similar in real life as well. If you want to woo a beautiful woman, you have to first be able to connect, right? You have to connect in some place, in the office, in the college, somewhere where you need to develop a connection. Then you have to understand her preferences. What does she like? What does she want? What is her aspiration? And that is very necessary to get closer. And then you get into the cozier domain by being able to satisfy those requirements and needs. It's quite similar in the digital world as well. There is a consumer, and that consumer you need to connect first. It can be on your website, it can be on Facebook, it can be on Instagram, it can be on any of these places. Then you need to understand through data analysis, what is this consumer really wanting? What are the preferences that he or she has? What is it looking for? What are its aspirations? And if you are able to find a need gap there, that's where you can get closer to the customer. And then it is the next step to becoming or developing a cozy relationship, because preferences and tastes keep changing. So you have to also monitor this customer through the entire journey cycle of the customer. You have to keep watching how changes are happening and be able to respond to those changes. Let's look at some of the figures of D2C. Market size and potential. $4 billion in terms of revenue as of financial year 21-22 end. This is as per Times of India, 20th July. The market value of this company is $12 billion. That's nearly 1 lakh crore. And the total addressable market, $55 billion. So we are doing only $4 billion, but the addressable market size is a humongous $55 billion. The Indian D2C market is projected to grow at a CAGR of 40%. And this is as per KPMG. In the global perspective, if you look at it, the D2C sales in US is at $128 billion. That's 10 lakh crore plus, and forecasted to be almost doubling by 2024. So the size and scale of this opportunity is enormous. Which are the D2C brands which we have? We have a large number of this already in India, 800 plus actually. And many of them are doing well, some of them are not doing so well, and some of them are middling. 80 million plus were the online shoppers in 2020. That's likely to go up to 200 million plus. That's a huge customer base who is doing online shopping. 376 million active social media users, of which 52% are millennials. 500 million is what the number will be very soon in 2025. 100 plus funded D2C brands, and the addressable market size can go up to $100 billion in 2025. So again, the opportunity is there. There are a lot of things happening in the Indian market which actually encourages people to go into the internet, buy, and therefore the opportunity keeps on increasing. What are the things which are happening in the Indian market which has actually helped the D2C brands to grow? First is internet connectivity. India has one of the largest and fastest growing internet user base globally, with over 624 million internet users as of 2021. With Jio bringing down the prices, making it very, very easy for people to access the internet, this has really boosted the growth and helped a large number of consumers to come in and start using the internet. The second is mobile connectivity. The affordability of smartphones and competitive data plans contributed to a surge in smartphone adoption. The digital payment infrastructure, all of us know UPI, Google Pay, Paytm, which we keep using. So payment has become very easy. Today, UPI transactions in India is higher than next 4 countries put together, which means includes USA, China, etc. So that's the number of transactions happening through the UPI route, and payment has become so much easier to make online. Digital KYC. This enables you to immediately understand the customer, his address is easily obtained, and you are able to understand whether he is a fraud or is genuine, and lots of information which is available to you which was not there earlier. It can be used as a primary key to then track a customer very easily. Data centers and cloud services. The growth of data centers and cloud infrastructure has supported digital business. So you don't have to invest in huge servers and a lot of capital investment right at the beginning. You can use the cloud services and start off business. So the relative ease of entry is there. And delivery network. Of course, the last mile delivery is very important. Logistics and last mile delivery networks have become big here. And those are the ones which are now carrying goods from one place to another, right? So all of this has helped or combined to make the India's digital infrastructure very strong, and that is what is boosting the D2C growth. Now, if you look at the key market trends and learnings, there is a plethora of D2C brands which have come up, primarily in the fashion, beauty, health, consumer electronics, and of course the grocery delivery and food delivery services. Here, in many of these cases, you need a very agile supply chain. That's something which is required because you are personalizing a lot of the supply side, right? So therefore, if there is a demand which is varying from person to person and you're trying to cater to that, you need to be able to respond on the supply side as well. So it's very important to have a very agile supply chain. The second is personalization. 80% of more consumers are likely to prefer personalized experience. That's the difference between a mass segment, which used to be the earlier case, where you cater to the lowest common denominator. You made a product, you sold it via the distributor, retailer onto the customer. You can't have personalized supplies made in that case. So in order to avoid that and give personalized service, here D2C comes into play, and for that you need to have very strong data analytics and AI tools. Social commerce, the rise of shoppable posts and influencer marketing on social media. So you will find a lot of the influencers writing on Instagram, writing on Facebook. They have millions of followers. Many of them actually start buying from there itself, right? So the rise of the influencers is becoming increasingly important. Mobile commerce, over 70% of e-commerce traffic is coming from mobile devices. Therefore, mobile first strategy becomes very, very important. A responsive web. I've seen many sites which opens very well on the laptop, but on the mobile you get truncated versions of it, which is why, because they're thinking first to get it on the laptop and then thinking how to adapt it to the mobile. It should be reversed. Expansion beyond metros. Expanding to T2 and T3 markets with support of improved logistics and delivery network. Earlier this was a problem, so now you see a surge in demand from the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, primarily because logistics is reaching. They are a little bit deprived in terms of the choices that are available there, and so they latch on to these D2C brands very actively. Investments and funding. Anup was mentioning that D2C startups attracted a lot of VC and PE funding, and which has encouraged a large number of these players to come in because they get a long rope, not to hang themselves but to hopefully survive, right? So they have a longer period to grow, and profitability of course is now getting very important. because there was an excess in the system, lot of money sloshing around, which is getting now curbed. So people have to become profitable now, right? There is no, just growing for the heck of growth and making more and more losses. It is now profitable growth which is the focus. Cyber security and data privacy. With increased online transactions, cyber security obviously plays a very, very critical role. And a new law which is coming into play, it's just been postponed by a few months. Digital Personal Data Protection Bill can play havoc here if we are not careful, because the company will be made liable for data leakages. So you need to be very careful on the cyber security side. Omni-channel retail, buy online, pick up in store, and curbside pickup is gaining popularity. So you will find a lot of the earlier D2C version players who are only started off as a D2C player completely, had no physical retail presence, gradually developing physical retail also, because for a brand to be felt, to be actually, consumers would like to touch and feel certain brands, certain products, right? And then only on the D2C, you cannot do that at times, even though AR, VR technology has developed and you are able to create, some amount of sensory feeling as well, but it is not the same as the touch and feel of the real product. So many people, those who want to make the customer fall in love with the brand, are also setting up experience centers on the ground. So these are some of the key market trends and learnings. Why are brands moving towards D2C? Number one, control over the customer experience. Today, most brands have lesser control on the customer experience on the ground. From my industry, for example, the dealer or the painter influences a lot of the decision of the customer. The brand therefore loses its significance to some extent, and it is the dealer or the painter who influences the decision. Here in this case in D2C, there is a possibility of actually going directly talking to the customer and having a greater control of the brand. Better data and insights. When you are directly talking to the customer, you get much more valuable data from him or her. You know what is the preferences, what are they looking for. You can get new product ideas. You can adapt your product to some needs which is evolving much faster than if you were going via channels. Increased profitability by cutting out intermediaries. You don't have a distributor, you don't have a retailer, you are going directly. So all the commissions that you pay to the intermediaries are saved. You can spend it on marketing, you can spend it on developing a product, on actually giving a better consumer experience to the customer. It also results in an enhancement in profitability. Scalability and faster time to market. You can rapidly scale up, because once the product is successful, in earlier days you had to have, retailers, distributors, warehouses. You have to build up all of those structures, the sales team itself, train them, make them, to sell into the distributors and the retailers. All of that can be avoided, and you can immediately, if there is a successful product, you can, start, because you are going direct to the customer, so the scalability becomes much, much faster and time to market gets reduced. Lower barriers to entry. The rise of e-commerce platforms and digital marketing tools has made it easier for small companies to launch D2C business. This has led to increased competition and innovation in many industries. All of these points, it has its advantages, it has its disadvantages. Since the entry point is very easy, a lot of players are coming in, there is intensification of competition, profitability becomes a problem. Commoditization of the products becomes an issue. How do we resolve such problems? The cost of acquisition goes up. There are a lot of players fighting for the same customer. The acquisition cost becomes very high. So all of these problems are also a part. It is not all hunky-dory in the D2C world. The opportunity is very large, but so are the problems. And this is how the situation are shades of red and pink. Top loss-making startups. And some of the names are very, very well known. right? Swiggy, 3629 crores loss. Misho, 3248 crore loss. Udan, 3076 crore loss. Some of these figures are absolutely stunning. Paytm, 2325 crore losses. PhonePe, 2014 crore loss. In a normal real world situation, if a company like ours were making this loss, you would have been shut down long time back, right? But this is the D2C world. It has its own, idea of success and failure, and it continues in that way, because there were a lot of these VC funding coming in. They were able to do that, but sooner or later they will have to become profitable. So now you hear a large murmuring happening, we have to become profitable, we have to become profitable. Some of them will succeed, some of them may not. But there are many successful D2C companies as well. Some of them is mentioned here. Boat, trendy and quality audio products across range at affordable price, sold online. They have a huge range of, they are focused on a certain category of products. They have built up a very solid range. Many of these products may not be available at the local retail shop, and they have made it quite affordable. So all of this combined to make it a very successful company, a profitable company. WakeFit, personalized sleep solutions. It started with that. Then it morphed into furniture making, then it morphed into bed accessories. But first was mattress which can be tailored to your requirement. So depending on your body shape, depending on how you want, whether you want a hard bed or a soft bed, all of that can be actually customized to your requirement. So WakeFit became a huge success for mattress. So it developed this one hero product called mattress, which is customizable mattress. Now from there they started evolving into other brands. So one of the lessons from D2C success stories, develop one hero brand. Understand, what is happening, where is this need gap, what can I latch on to, and can I therefore cater to this requirement, make myself indispensable, give a very good customer experience on this front, and having established myself here, I can extend it into other areas, because by then you would have got a very loyal set of customers. Cost of acquisition will be much lower than other players in the market. Nykaa is the other one which has done it successfully. It started off as a marketplace, with all beauty products, and now they have started introducing their own brands as well. Bombay Shaving Company, which is a quality grooming for men, again a successful product. There were many areas in the male grooming segment which were open for tapping, and which is what they have done. Zivame, lingerie solution, it addresses privacy concerns of women. It also is another very, very successful brand doing extremely well. From all of this, you see certain traits which are there. As I mentioned, there are failures and there are successes. And when you look at the successes, you realize there are certain problems which are associated with the D2C brand. The problems, as I mentioned, is the intensification of competition, commodification of the offerings that you have, and the stickiness of the customer which is missing, because these are very savvy customers. They tend to flip from one brand to another brand. So the brand loyalty is another issue. How do we address these three problems? How do we ensure that we are successful in the D2C domain? And that's something which I thought was an interesting concept, that this hero product development, understanding the need gap, giving a product, making that very, very successful, expanding on that, is a solution possibly which one can look at. Now coming to the paint industry and D2C challenges of the paint industry. I am from Berger, and what is it that we are facing? Worldwide paint as a category has not really exploded in the D2C domain. The reasons are many, but the key reasons are that it is not directly consumed. Paint, unfortunately, it's not like a customer sits at home and orders for it and it gets delivered at his house, because he doesn't even know what is to be ordered. because he needs the help of an applicator to apply it on the wall. Especially in India, this is a bigger problem. In US and Europe, there is still a significant DIY segment. In India, the DIY segment has never been there, is probably not going to be there in the future. I jokingly say, which are the games in which India excel? Even in the recent Asian Games, we have done very well. For a change, we have done in some of the races we have won, but normally where do we win? Billiards, snooker, chess, shooting. Why shooting? Because you don't have to move an inch, right? That's something which we excel in. We are very good in thinking. So chess we do very well. IT industry we do very well, but in manufacturing we are a big zero because you have to work hard there, right? So we have a culture which is less hardworking, more thinking variety, right? So you see that everywhere. In fact, we launched a product, some time back, which was, sort of a package which we created. So in the room, in the ceiling, if you apply that, paint, it will start in the night glowing. So you have beautiful, star design, moon and etc. So for the kids' room, one could do that. And we thought, that as a hobby, a lot of people may want to do their kids' ceiling, and so we packaged it in a nice packet. We gave the paint, we gave a brush, we gave a stencil, and we asked that this price is about 450 or 500 rupees. So maybe this will be a good gifting idea, and some of the consumers will lap it up. Then we started getting phone calls from the consumers, ki painter bhejiye. So we said, this doesn't need a painter, you just take the stencil, put it up. Why do you need a painter for this? The painter will cost you 800 rupees. This damn thing costs 450 rupees. You are asking for a painter which costs 800 rupees. Doesn't matter. You don't worry about the money. I can't do this, and stand on that and then try to do the ceiling. You get one painter, he will do it for me. So this is the trend in the Indian market. Difficult for DIY to succeed. Most DIY players therefore have found it very difficult in the Indian market. Things are changing. The millennials are looking at it differently, but still the pace of change is slow. So this is one problem area, since the painter or the dealer influences the decision, and the customer, he or she doesn't know what is to be used, what is the wall condition, how many liters is required, though we can guide them to some extent, but they still rely on these people for expert advice, and that's why it's a difficult proposition to succeed immensely. The second is also, along with that, the cost of acquisition is also very high, because this customer is not a repeat customer. In D2C to succeed, you possibly need people who are frequently buying the same item. So repeat purchases are required. Otherwise, you spend a lot of money, you acquire this customer, 6 years down the line, he's again going to come. Whether he'll come to you or he'll come to go to someone else, you don't know. So the cost of acquisition and the lifetime value that you get out of it is very, very high. The second is the tinted product. So in our case, the paint, the color changes. So it has to be tinted. You cannot do it because it's a bulky item. You cannot do it in a warehouse and ship it to the customer. So the best thing that can be done is then you have to use the dealer network which you have on the ground. So you can combine, your D2C version with a supply being made from the dealer on the ground. The last one is color fidelity. You want to choose a color. On the screen, it looks quite different from what is there actually. And different screens have different resolutions, different types of color reproduction. And you see a light pink color, you like it. Maybe when you see on the wall, it becomes darker, it becomes even lighter. So this is always a cause of dissatisfaction. So these are the reasons which pulled back or has not allowed the paint industry to really go very strong on the product side in D2C. But we adapted, and we thought that we can do the same thing for services. D2C as a service can be run, right? So we introduced express painting service. In 2015, we were India's first paint company to innovate and launch the first of its kind D2C painting service. So when we saw the painting, how it was happening, the painters will go into the room, he'll take a sandpaper, he'll rub it, all dust will fly all around, and then, it will be a mess. So we started with an automatic machine which could sand and also suck the dust. There was nothing falling. It was much faster, much cleaner, and much better. The slogan we started with is Express Painting, faster, cleaner, better. And this was focused on the interior of the houses initially, and then we have started expanding it to the exteriors, to wood coatings, to even waterproofing range. Berger XP have now reached out to 250,000 homes across 500 towns, and we have also received 95% satisfaction rate from customers. This is already a 500 crore business. If it was just introduced as an IPO in the market, it would have done wonderfully well on its own. We have about a 65,000 to 70,000 market cap in India, but this by itself, going by the valuations which are given to D2C brands, would have had a strong value. E-Sambandh, our D2B to C model, is another one which we interestingly evolved over a period of time. We realized that the customer comes every 5 years, but the painter or contractor is buying on almost a daily basis. So going after the e-commerce with this customer or contractor might make more sense. So we created an app where the customer, this painter or contractor can order and the material can get delivered to the site. These are hyper-local. Order mapping is done. Pricing changes from time to town. So it's all managed through a cloud-hosted application. On-site delivery, transparent pricing and convenience are three major reasons why contractors, designers and engineers are preferring E-Sambandh. Some emerging trends in the D2C landscape: virtual try-ons, augmented reality and virtual reality is revolutionizing online shopping by enabling customers to virtually try products. We have also launched a Berger My Color app, and if you download it, you can play around, you can paint the house, room. It will suggest based on your sofa color and curtain color what colors should be chosen. The moment you choose one wall color, it will give you complementary colors. So it's AI driven, lot of information which is available, and consumers would love it. Enhanced CX, consumer experience. AI for personalized recommendations, chatbots for instant assistance, interactive websites. So we have a website which will change as per your record. For example, if you are in Calcutta, when you go onto the website, you will see Victoria Memorial or some structure of Calcutta being put in there, the St. Paul's Cathedral which we have painted. Some buildings of that type will come. If you are operating out of Delhi, it will change to a Delhi structure. So it's basically, also it allows you a lot of interaction on the website through chatbots, etc. Sustainability efforts, eco-friendly products, eco-packaging, sustainable sourcing will play a crucial role, and Berger's reduced carbon footprint is a measure in that direction. To conclude, I started with 3 C's. 3 C's which are required, to woo a beautiful woman or to woo a customer. And then I end with 3 P's, right? What do we do? How do we get into those 3 C's? The answer is in these 3 P's. Problem solving. You need to understand the issues, the need gaps, and be able, there are lots of brands which just keep copying. Someone is doing something, I also start doing the same thing, right? It doesn't solve, but it doesn't add to any value at all. Surefire failures are likely to be there, and it's going to crash, right? So you need to have and identify need gaps, understand the customer properly, just like you need to understand the woman that you are trying to woo, right? So that's how it is. The second part is positive CX, right? You need to not only understand, but be able to meet the requirements and keep changing, because the tastes and preferences keep changing over a period of time. Are you adapting to those changes? This is where data becomes very important. You need to understand that. You need to do a lot of analysis around it. Give excellent experience to the customer. At the end of the day, if he or she is satisfied with the experience that he gets, then only he will repeat, he will probably tell all his friends and relatives, and that is how your brand will grow. And third is profitability. Now, you can have, you can understand the need gaps, maybe you fulfill some of those needs, but at the end of the day, if you are a broke person, you are unlikely, only in Hindi movies you get to see that the woman still marries this man, but otherwise it will result in a disaster, right? So the same thing in this case as well. If it is not profitable, it will go broke, it will fall flat on its face, and it will all stop. So how do we ensure that profitability is there? Cost of acquisition has to be kept low. Cost of acquisition has to be kept low means you have to have some need gaps identified which you are able to fulfill at a low cost, right? All other extraneous costs have to be also kept on the lower side. You need to develop, our ideas which are there, which are frequently purchased products, where the cost of acquisition is low, you are likely to succeed in that domain. So this is all that I had to say about D2C, and its market trend and what we have done in Berger. Thank you, and rest of the day.
We can take 3 questions from the audience. In case there are questions, kindly put up your hands. We'll send the mic across. Okay, so there's a question from the audience.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
First of all, I appreciate your conception of bringing that express painting in 2015, and afterward, of course, other competitors have also come, your competitors. But what I find, it is not 100% dust free. It is, say, around 80 to 90%. If you can come up with 100% dust free mechanism, you can think about that. That will be much appreciable.
Right. So yeah, we tried to make it 100%. What happens is that, this particular equipment, when you run it on the wall, if you try to remove it, it's with training that it happens, right? If you remove a little bit, dust tends to fall immediately. That's why you see a little bit of 5 to 7% dust which falls, because you are not able to hold on to it properly onto the wall.
Falls and flies also.
Yeah.
Some dust particles, flies also. So ultimately, those who are very allergic to dust,
right.
They don't go for painting. Nowadays, they are going for this reason, for wallpapers and
yeah. So
other alternatives.
So that is exactly the problem which we were trying to address. To the extent possible, instead of 100%, we have brought it down to 8 to 10%, as you are saying. Beyond that, as of now, there is no technology which allows that, but we are on the lookout for that. Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
We'll give you a microphone. Can we have the microphone here, please?
Microphone, please.
Yeah.
Hi, so thanks for that really interesting presentation. I was wondering, because I'm also from home construction space, we would have imagined that paint would be one category where D2C would be much easier to manage, as opposed to the earlier part of the construction where more of expert involvement is required. What are your plans, since you mentioned that D2C for paint is a difficult proposition to say the least? What are your plans going forward? How do you plan to leverage digital?
So, there are 2 ways in which it can be done. One, of course, in the service side, which we are already doing. On the product side, which we can combine, basically, the entire analysis of the customer can be done on the screen. So you can, possibly you can assist him in choosing. So we are looking at a VR technology for painting and seeing how the house, or room will look like. And then, having chosen the color, that delivery can be happening at the dealer point. So we will combine. So the network is also happy that, we are not disturbing them and we are bypassing them and going direct to the customer. At the same time, the servicing becomes, because this is a bulky item, the cost also is to be kept in mind. And therefore, if you are using the network, that can help.
So basically the order will be generated through digital medium.
That's
and
right.
The
The servicing and the fulfillment will be done on the ground.
Thanks.
Yeah. There was someone, last question, please. Someone at the back was there, I think, it raised his hand.
So you suggested that you use a connected network, wherein D2C is where you introduce the customer and your dealer is somebody who fulfills the demand of the customer. I wanted to understand how you differentiate between the two, and you do not allow, because these are two different channels and you motivate both channels simultaneously. How do you differentiate a customer? Because our own company faces this problem where, is this a retail customer or is this a digital customer? Because both are having different kinds of motivations to the channel as well as benefits to the customer.
Yeah, so, as far as the customer is concerned, whether he is a retail or a D2C, we can't distinguish, right? Because he's come onto the, our website, chosen certain products. The product is not being fulfilled by us directly. So the retailer is bothered about that part. As long as his profit margin is maintained, he doesn't mind if we are sending customer. In fact, he'll be more than happy that he doesn't have to work and he's getting customer flow into his shop and he's servicing that, right? So his profit is maintained. There is no issue there. And we are having a better interaction with the customer on a one-on-one basis because of this direct connect with him.
Thank you.
That's it.
Yes, but sir, kindly stay back on stage, please. May I request Mr. Anup Hoon to kindly hand over a small token of appreciation to sir from our end.
Usually I love having my say at the end of the day. So, Abhijit, I hope all you said about wooing the woman, but it can be wooing the man also. So, I think the same parameters work. So, and in today's world, you've got to be very sensitive. So, the ladies must not take Mr. Baroy amiss. The model works either way.
Thank you very much, sirs. May I now welcome Mr. Prashant Singh, co-founder and COO Lead Squad, to deliver the theme address. Mr. Singh is the co-founder and chief operating officer of Lead Squad. He heads all post-sales and customer-centric operations and is responsible for business retention, growth, and expansion. Prior to Lead Squad, Prashant was co-founder of Proteins and he served as the COO. Post Symphony Telesa acquired Proteins, he served as vice president and P&L head for business unit of energy, healthcare, and media verticals. Welcome, Mr. Singh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thanks, Bengal Chamber of Commerce, to invite Lead Squad here. I live in Bangalore, and whenever I come to Kolkata, I get a distinct feeling, about business. In Bangalore, if you are on a coffee shop for half an hour, you will listen to a pitch, somebody pitching somebody talking about valuation, somebody talking about, doing an IPO. While in Calcutta or Kolkata, we hear about real business. We hear about vyapar, dhanda. वो यहाँ होता है. I think, and I get really energized by, looking at stories like Berger Paints or Greenply, real businesses, old businesses delivering real shareholder value year on year. So yeah, thanks Bengal Chamber of Commerce for inviting me. So while Mr. I think Abhijit may not have required any introduction about the business, I think everybody knows about Berger Paints. I think we require a little bit of introduction, so that's why this slide. We are a software as a SaaS company focusing on sales, distribution, post-sales and marketing automation. We are the foundation. Is that to me? Am I audible? Okay. Yeah. So our genesis has been in 2011 timeframe when consumer-facing companies of India were taking shape. Companies which are in internet space and D2C space, in education, edtech, in healthcare, in e-commerce, those kind of companies were being formed around 2011 timeframe, and that's when Lead Squad also got founded. Today we are, I'm proud to say that we are the foundation of sales, marketing and service for a lot of traditional and new age companies, and we are powering their D2C and B2C operations. So today we have more than 2,500 customers in different verticals, primarily serving to consumers. We have presence in all the metros in India. We have presence in 5 countries outside India. We have been recognized by several forums as one of the dominant SaaS players coming out of India. Our aspirations are actually to become one of dominant SaaS companies. And I'll give you some perspective that in late 90s, companies like TCS, Wipro, Infosys, they were in their formative days. I think the opportunity for SaaS companies is like that today. Some of us will really become large public companies in the next 5 to 10 years, and Lead Squad aspires to be one of them. Also, would like to point out that since Mr. Abhijit mentioned about profitability of new age companies, SaaS business is inherently profitable. The key metric that we track in SaaS business is gross margin, and our gross margin is best in the world, compared to all the public SaaS companies outlisted in US. We do a lot of front loading of sales investment, which is akin to capex that is being incurred in manufacturing industry. You basically create factories and then you realize the benefit. Similarly, we invest in creating products, new products, invest in sales of that, and when they start selling, we become net profitable. So unlike e-commerce businesses where you may need to spend 2 rupees to generate 1 rupee, in our business, if you spend 1 rupee in sales and marketing, you can actually generate 4 or 5 rupees, and we have those metrics in place. Last year we received our Series C, $153 million. We became the 103rd unicorn of India, and so we are made in India product. I think I'm proud to say that we probably have the largest market share when it comes to sales software in India, and would want to serve Indian businesses, traditional and new, continuously going forward. All right. So coming to the core theme, D2C. I don't read, or rather, I read very few management books because most of the books I find repetitive, verbose. But somebody whom I truly admire is Peter Drucker, and I go back to his books whenever I have some doubt. Things which have been said 50, 75 years back, they are still relevant. And few items that he said which I still kind of relate to, that the aim of marketing is to know and understand the customer so well that the product or service fits him and sells itself. That is the aim of the marketing. The purpose of business is to create and keep a customer. Very simple statement. And because the purpose of business is to create a customer, the business enterprise has two and only two basic functions: innovation and marketing. Doesn't sound like D2C, right? I mean, you have to innovate, you have to market, you have to sell directly to customer, so that sales is not involved, so that distribution is not involved. I think the concept, the basic tenets of D2C have been thought through and envisaged by a lot of people in the past, but the real display of that, real innovation of that is happening today. And in our opinion, D2C is actually innovation in marketing. It is a new way of connecting with the end consumer, being close and cozy, along the way, connecting with consumer in such a way that the complexity and cost of distribution goes down and the customer loyalty goes up. That's, in our opinion, is the definition of today's D2C. Looking at the traditional model, it has been largely sequential from manufacturer to consumer. I think many of you would probably be able to relate to it, that there are several steps involved, hops involved in eventually delivering the product to the consumer. But in this kind of model, there are several issues that the brand is not really in control of the end consumer experience, how the end consumer is behaving with the marketing campaign that you do, or how the end consumer is doing the transaction at a retail store or with a distributor. That is not in control of the brand. Also, you lose all the data. And so whatever analytics you want to do on the data, that is not available to you in the traditional model. Also, the cost of doing this, setting up large distribution, of course, distribution is an advantage. If you're able to set up large distribution, I mean, that's a significant business advantage. But people who are trying to set up business upfront, for them, it's really challenging. So compared to this traditional model, how does D2C kind of tries to break in the challenges? It's a very clean, direct-to-consumer model. By the way, it doesn't mean that you have to start an e-commerce business, right? Or you need to have an e-commerce shop in order to be a D2C. It is basically reducing the number of steps that takes for the consumer to buy your product, right? And when the consumer is kind of deciding in buying your product versus competition, then what kind of brand image the consumer has, right? How does, and what kind of influencers are there who can influence the sale? So that is the essence of D2C. And I've seen in my interaction with a lot of customers and prospective customers, what I've seen that moving to D2C is kind of mental block in minds of a lot of people. They think in terms of the objections, the resistance that they have. First and foremost, I've seen that we are a B2B company, right? With excellent distribution, excellent retail partners. We don't need it, right? It doesn't work that way. If you are ultimately, if there is a consumer who's consuming your product, and if you're a company which believes in building brand, which is investing on marketing dollars or rupees in building brand, you have a D2C business. Whether you are executing it or not, that's a different matter, but you have a D2C play, right? So having large dealership network, having large distribution, and thinking that, it is going to be, differentiator for next 5-10 years, I think some rethinking may be required if you want to have a sustainable business, and D2C will have a play in that. Some people say that D2C may have worked in pandemic because, there was no option, but it won't work today. But if you look at consumer behavior, right, so subscription is a D2C model. Entertainment is D2C, right? People in pandemic time, they got used to reels, in such a manner that today you see common people on Instagram and reels all the time, right? So once the consumer behavior has shifted, some of that has shifted for long term. And unless you change your business model to align with that, I think being competitive will be a challenging thing. Another objection that I see is that D2C is for digitally native. It is not for traditional businesses. Only online companies require it. I think that's the biggest flaw in thinking. It is, as I said, it is applicable to everybody who needs to build a brand to sell the consumers, whether you are a manufacturer, whether you are, you sell groceries, you sell, beauty products, you sell ply products, you sell cements, right? It is applicable to, everybody. Another objection that I see is that I want to do D2C, but what will happen to my, distributors, retail partners? How do I resolve the conflicts that will happen because of that? I mean, like there was a question, if a lead comes, how do you know whether it's a D2C lead or, it's a regular lead, right? I mean, those kind of issues will arise. Of course, if you want to add a new channel, those kind of issues will arise. But I think this statement that we are, there'll be a conflict, that is probably a sign of lazy thinking rather than, trying to innovate and solve the problem. And it's a business problem. It can be solved if you think about it. Some people think that it's an easy add-on that I will adopt whenever required. It is not. It is, I think an imperative. It is a competitive advantage. If you don't do it, somebody else will do it, and that person will disrupt your business. So, there is plenty of opportunity for new players and existing players to capitalize on D2C. I think Mr. Abhijit also had some data points about the opportunity in India. These are some data points from another report that the market size in 2022 estimated $12 billion, and the growth rate is 40%, right? So D2C market size in FY27 would be around $60 billion. That's a humongous growth, right? And within that, DOC, which is direct online channel, today is $5 billion, which is expected to be $22 billion. So direct online channel will be $22 billion out of $60 billion, which means that the remaining will not be online. It will be D2C, but the transaction will be happening somewhere else. It will not be happening online in an e-commerce manner. It will be happening at a retail store, but your influencer probably would be influencing the deal, right? So I think it's applicable to everybody who is in traditional business, in all the building material business, in the paint business, in cement business, in ply business. It's hugely applicable. So what should we do? How to connect, be closer and cozier with customers, in D2C? So on the customer acquisition side, I think we all, whoever is trying D2C is thinking in terms of investing on performance marketing. I think that's a key, theme and objective and area of evaluation. Also, I would suggest that some of the brand should be thinking in building communities, right? I mean, community is really, it takes time to build a community, but if you're able to get sizable, user base, then it can be a game changer, For example, in paint business, if people are part of community, they start talking about, I have this kind of house and this kind of paint is, more relevant than this kind of paint. I think there is a play. I'm not sure. I'm not from paint business, but, from outside, it appears that there is a use case for community in these kind of consumer brands. Otherwise, people are just, getting to know through brand campaign or through influencers. There is no authentic information being shared by other people who have consumed the brand. On the engagement side, I think there is a need to aggregate and track the entire cycle from brand pushing some information till it gets delivered to the end consumer and how the end consumer has interacted with information, right? For that to happen, you need a mechanism to track the entire prospect cycle, from the place the lead is coming. For example, in ply business, carpenters play a very important role as influencer, right? Some people are key opinion leaders. In cement business, the mason plays a very important role as influencer, right? Do we know, as business owners of such businesses or, as management team of such businesses, what is happening on that? What kind of, how many, people the person has spoken to and what has happened on those leads, whether they have bought our brand or not, what kind of recommendation is being given by the mason or the carpenter. I think most of the businesses are today not tracking this, but this is absolutely important. If you want to really understand the end consumer behavior. So this data has to come, this data from field has to come, it has to come all the way to the corporate data, AI systems, analytic systems, and then you start analyzing and generating actionable insights. On the sales side, I think we need to enable, so everywhere where the product may not be overly complex, right? And the cycle is a little shorter, brand should start thinking about an e-commerce experience if it's not already there. In case of complexity, some information, the buyer needs some consultation before deciding. Those kind of places, influencers can play a key role. And I think there is a key play of retention and upsell, cross-sell, right? So like Budget Paint has devised strategy of service, right? Service, it's a recurring business. I mean, paint sale may not be a recurring business. I think every brand should think about what kind of recurrence, what kind of items can be there in the business where there can be a recurring revenue. I mean, auto is a great example, right? I mean, you buy auto, but you keep paying for service. That's a great, if you take the dealer route, if you start buying the auto directly, or through an influencer. I mean, it's a great business, great D2C business. So retention is a key thing. Unless there are mechanisms to generate more revenue from existing customer, sell the existing product again, or sell additional products, I think the profitability may not be in place. So a good example is the Bombay Shape Company, which was referred earlier. I am a customer of that. I keep, earlier I used to buy, Gillette and all in retail store. Now, I mean, last 3-4 years I haven't bought. I mean, they know when would I need my shave again, right? And proactively they are reaching out to me to buy something, some shaving product. I think that's a great example of, a business which is where there is a recurrence in product buying cycle. So looking at, I come from tech industry, so looking at the tech landscape which is enabling D2C. So I've tried to, kind of map where all tech help is required and what kind of brands, what kind of companies can play a role. And here I have put Lead Squad also, wherever Lead Squad has a play. So starting from product design to manufacturing, I think I'm not an expert on manufacturing, but today there are a lot of contract manufacturing companies. In fact, there are some startups of Bangalore, who provide that. I think, and what I've heard is that they're getting great traction in the infra world. There is infra.market, which is I think doing absolutely great. Then there are applications and tech companies which are providing you technology to build your website and app, right? That is the starting point of creating your own kind of e-commerce experience or direct or D2C experience. Need not be e-commerce. So you have Shopify, which is a world leader. You have other players as well. Payment has become seamless today. I think it has not remained a challenge anymore. There are several providers. Then on the brand building marketing side, I mean, whether it's outreach, ATL, BTL kind of marketing, or performance marketing, there are a number of companies. Lead Squad also has a play here. We have several customers who use power of Lead Squad to do customer outreach and generate ROI for marketing activities. And then on the sales side, when the lead comes, then how do you close? So if the product is little complex, right, it will require several interactions, several touch points, and maybe from different people, maybe from influencer, maybe from the retailer, maybe from a dealer. I mean, if it's a sizable deal. So how do we track all of this and use power of AI in order to suggest whom should be doing what, right? Today, we have a lot of data in systems like Lead Squad, and based on that, you can analyze what has been the behavior of a buyer who has actually, who's converted. And based on that, you can decide what are the next steps for prospects, whether they should be sent an email or a WhatsApp, or they should be called, or they should be, somebody should be doing home visit. So all that is possible. Then logistics is, of course, a very important area, a key area. And again, fortunately in India, you have several tech players enabling that. Then post-sales customer experience, I think for customer support, unless you invest on that, you would not have a great, experience of somebody again buying your product, right? I mean, and this post-sales service is also enabler of, your new business models, like, painting as a service, right? Those kind of models are enabled by these kind of software products. And that eventually will lead to repeat purchase. So there are, I mean, in last 10 years, there are hundreds of companies, Indian companies, which have come up, which have best in the class product. Lead Squad is one of them, and I think we are very competitive compared to the global peers, whether it's Oracle or Microsoft or Salesforce or anybody else. I think I'm proud of our the founder community in India, which has created these kind of products, which are really best of the breed. And I think our Indian customers would be very, I think they'll be happy to try that. Of course, made in India and consumed in India is great. All right, so that was a bit about Lead Squad, what all we can cover. I think I've kind of covered some of it, but few additional points that in case of building materials business specifically, apart from field force automation, inside sales automation, marketing automation, we have offerings on, sales planning. You can, if you have a large network of people, dealers and influencers, you can do the planning of their goals and track goals in real time on mobile app and web, and distribute incentives also. So somebody's influencer deal, you can distribute incentives and track the entire cycle. We also enable PJPs. I think that's very vital in case of the field sales use case, being able to plan the area and the day and the task for people in the field. So in summary, the technology is available. I think if anybody wants to decide on a D2C initiative, I think we and other players, I'm not saying I'm the only player, there are several other players. I think you can choose any of us, and I think it will certainly help in growing business. Some of the brands that we serve today, Greenply, a local brand, on the cement side, Dalmia, India Cements, on the glass side, Saint Gobain, Ware, on the sanitary side. Bajaj Auto is a big customer for us. They I mean, from traditional dealer-based model, they are they've automated half the cycle of sales using Lead Squad. Symphony, coolers, and Sonalika tractors. These are traditional brands which are using Lead Squad, and these are some of the new generation brands. These are also D2C kind of businesses. Ola Electric is a big customer. The entire OLX Auto, Cash My Car business runs on Lead Squad. Flipkart, Meesho, Amazon, they use us for the supplier side automation. In marketplaces like Practo, Farmeasy, we are used. In fintech, this is a big use case. The D2C has really taken off in fintech, right? I mean, we are buying equities, mutual funds without any broker in between, and some of these companies are powered by the technology that we provide, like Poonawalla, like Angel One, Motilal Oswal. All right, that's all. Thank you so much. I'm happy to take any questions.
In case anyone has questions, yeah, somebody at the back.
Hi Prashant, my name is Sogata. I lead the strategy of my cloud company, and presently we deal with and serve about more than 500 small and medium enterprise customers out of East. Now, and also drive strategy for about 25 of these small and enterprise customers onto the growth models. Now, I'm giving you a business case, and maybe we can take it offline maybe later point of time, is that for an organization of a smaller size, let's say 500 to 1,000 crore company, some of the major challenges which you might address, but one challenge we always face as a customer is about putting up a loyalty program across the customers which are there, right? Now this loyalty program does not mean that they come back onto loyalty and buy their own products, but a cross-brand loyalty. Let's say if I today, let's take an example of somebody who is in the construction business. He would go and, let's say, the masons or the contractors, he would earn loyalty points and then move to let's say a Burger King or let's say KFC and earn those loyalty points onto that. So does your platform anyway, comes near where, these thought processes are coming in the SME segments?
Yeah, great question. And I think loyalty is a key element, to expand, so today we do not serve loyalty use cases. I can recommend one of my peer companies called Capillary Technologies. They are doing great on loyalty side. That's their core business, loyalty CRM. You can explore that. The product is great. What we are thinking, and I'll share, that we build our own lead squared loyalty points, which are shared across our customer base, and these can be redeemed with any brand, right? For example, lead squared loyalty points can be used to redeem, say, Paytm, credits. So we're thinking about that. We don't have a direct offering today. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. So D2C is basically eliminating the middleman, but so the middleman pose as a human factor in the business. So when you subtract the human factor, that is connecting you and your brands to the customer directly, doesn't it interfere with, again, I would ask, with the loyalty and customer retention part? Doesn't it kind of hamper that? Because they don't have anything, because AI and any technology cannot relate or connect with the customers directly. So if you please elaborate on this point.
Sure. I think it's important to understand where all full D2C, which means no middleman, may be applicable, where all there still may be middleman, and middleman is not necessarily a bad person, right? I mean, there are many of the traditional businesses have a very large distribution network, right? I mean, and multi-level network, and that really helps in reaching out to all parts of the country and delivering to consumers. So if the customer experience can be understood and influenced completely by the brand, then probably there is no need of middleman. If there are businesses who are using middlemen in that, I think there will be time and they will be gone, right? There's a human factor to it, but technology eventually, finds better things for human to do, not necessarily disrupting their livelihood. But if the product is little complex to understand, there is competition, there is price competition, there is some quality parameter competition. If it's either informative product or physical product, but some sort of advisory or consulting is required, interaction required, then the middleman is not going anywhere. The objective of D2C is to bring you closer to customer, not necessarily transact with the customer, right? So as long as you are close and you are able to analyze the behavior of the end consumer, I think the objective is met. So there is no pressing need to remove the middleman. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Out here. Yeah. This way. Yeah. Standing.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I was
No
mistaken.
issues.
Yeah.
No issues. So I saw you have won 2 awards in CRM. Now, CRM is a very old thing. We have seen Sugar CRM, etc., Salesforce, Zoho, etc. Right? So what is that plus that you provide there? That would be something I would like to understand. Second is you spoke of AI quite a couple of times. Can you please explain what exactly you do in AI?
Sure, great questions. We get those questions time and again in deals and when we are raising investments. So, Lead Squared is the key differentiator from the product side is we are built ground up to service the needs of consumer-facing businesses. A business which is eventually serving a consumer, unlike a business which is a pure B2B. So, for example, an Infosys kind of business may not be a great customer for Lead Squared, but Apply business will be a great customer for Lead Squared, right? And since we are focused on that area, we have built our data structures, we have built our workflows, we have built our all the pieces of software to optimize it for their business process. So I mean, in software world, there are philosophies, right? How do you build software? You can be very horizontal, very framework driven, that you can serve all the use cases, or you rather some use cases, but serve them well. We are on the second side. We are serving some use cases, but we are serving them well, right? Because serving all the use cases brings complexity in software. It compromises the user experience, So we are better than everybody else in that area when it comes to consumer-facing businesses. We are better than everybody else. When I say everybody, it includes all the vendors. Coming to AI, the kind of use cases that we are working on. So one is that being able to score a lead or opportunity by using the data of the past. What is the probability of closure, and also suggesting what would the next step to close, right? So as a salesperson or as a marketing person, you'd want to know if something is not closing, what am I supposed to do at a unit level or aggregate level? So we provide that intelligence. In businesses where calling is important, right? There is a calling use case. We have to close the deal on call. A lot of intelligence resides in the call recording, right? So we are able to analyze those recordings and figure out, what kind of conversation led to closure, positive outcome, what kind of conversation led to a negative outcome. And based on that, in real time, suggest a salesperson, right? It depends on, what kind of telephone infrastructure they have, but we have the capability to suggest the salesperson in real time, what should they speaking to, right? What kind of, statement or conversation they should be having with the end buyer. So those are the AI use cases.
Hello. I think you mentioned about your position in unicorn. Probably
Yes.
you mentioned 103. Actually, optimistically, we are all keeping track of unicorns in India because most of the venture capitalists in Silicon Valley, California, or wherever, they are trying to help, doing business or helping unicorns in India. So since the time, the number of unicorns in India were about 50, and I think our Prime Minister declared some time back 103. I am particularly interested to know about number of unicorns in India along with yours, and how many are doing positively, in profit. Because many, including EdTech and others, they are going into losses.
Yeah, so sure, I'll try to give as accurate as possible. Maybe off with some percentage points. I think today we have around 107 unicorns or 108 unicorns. There were only 5 which became after us because of funding winter which set in last couple of years. Doesn't mean that there are businesses who are not valid unicorn. It's just that there is lack of funding today, and the valuation multiples have changed. So today, out of 108, if that is the number, my sense is that roughly 30% to 40% are profitable at unit level, if not at EBITDA level. And these are going to be sustainable long-term businesses which are going to create tremendous value for their investors and shareholders. Unfortunately, some of these will die also. Being unicorn doesn't guarantee you long-term success. If your business is not fundamentally right, then eventually you're going to run out of resources and fail, right? So some of these fail, I can't predict how many. But what I can say is that Lead Squared is a business which will certainly be, available, profitable, and it will be, long-term business. Because, and I can say about SaaS business also, that's my domain. I think none of the SaaS unicorns is going to fail because our business is, actually it's a great cash flow business. I think it's a reimagination of IT services in a recurring format. It's a great cash flow business. And, anybody who's looking at the metric properly can actually, like I said earlier, get 5 rupees out of every 1 rupee investment. So, yeah, so that would be my answer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I request Mr. Siddhartha Roy, CEO Response India Limited and Mentor Marketing and Brand Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to kindly come up on stage and hand over a small token of appreciation from our end. Thank you very much. Now we move on to our first panel discussion of the day. The panel will be moderated by Ms. Kavita Mahato, Business Head, Tata Steel Asiana. The topic of the panel discussion is the perspectives of the startups on D2C. Ms. Kavita Mahato heads Tata Steel Asiana, an industry-leading platform business for home builders by Tata Steel, Tata Group's flagship company. She is also in charge of building and scaling up new solutions businesses for the company, targeting a range of customer segments. She brings significant expertise in building new businesses, consumer and trade insights, trends-driven innovation, marketing, and customer experience. She will introduce us to the other panelists today. Welcome on stage, ma'am.
Hello. Hello, hello.
Hi, am I audible? You guys can hear us? Okay, thank you. Give us a minute, please. We're trying to see if we can get. But meanwhile, allow me to reflect on what we have just seen. Looking at those, and anyway, in general, I think, yeah, sure, thanks.
The world is moving digital. We saw legacy brand, we saw someone who is enabling digital brands, and I think the future is digital. You know, India will have about 350 million shoppers by the year 2026. That is more than entire USA's population. That's what we will have. Already the digital payments have crossed the mark of 20% of India's GDP, and in the next few years it is it is slated to double. If you look at the number of transactions happening on UPI today, in August it crossed the number of 10 billion mark, which is more than 7 times India's total population, more than 7 times the number of people we have. And the most important thing, the pot at the end of the rainbow, by 2030, the D2C brands will have about $250 billion in opportunity size. That's the kind of money we are looking at. So of course it does make sense for all us to move digital, right? But the problem is, the bigger the opportunity, the more the challenges are. You saw Mr. Abhijit Roy's presentation, and that brings to life many of those challenges. You know, it takes about a couple of hours for a brand to move digital, but it takes much more for a brand to remain digital successfully. And today we have two of leaders from that space to share their secrets as to how they have managed it. And just to share a little bit of perspective, India today has about 600 plus digital first brands. Out of that, India, Inc. 42 has identified only about 89 of those which have true potential to disrupt and remain successful in their respective categories. The two brands that we have today are one of those who are really not just promising success, but they have already delivered success in the last few years, in a matter of 4 to 5 years, right? And let me introduce them to you. First up is Samiran Sen Gupta. He's the founder and CEO of Just My Roots, and he brings to bear his expertise from brands like Reckitt Benckiser and Shell. He worked for those for 20 years, and then after that, he has founded this really interesting startup, Just My Roots, which promises to, and not just promises to, brings mountain to Muhammad in terms of bringing home food to people who have emigrated from city to city in search of better opportunity. We have millions of those people today moving across cities, me being one of those earlier. And one thing we can say is common across them, which is their craving for home and their craving for home food. And that's what Just My Roots does. It brings food intercity to people who miss the home food or miss home-like food. Samiran has a pedigreed past. He has been an alum of IIM Ahmedabad and IIMD Lausanne, and I've been discussing with him for the past few days, so I can tell you with certainty that he is one of those leaders who brings together customer insights, technology, and innovation in a way that it becomes a successful mix. So thank you, Samiran, and a round of applause for Samiran here, please. Right? And, you know, another person who has joined us today is equally illustrious. But before I tell you who she is and what her name is, let me ask you one very simple question. What do you think happens when you meld the right brain and left brain in a seamless perfection? The answer is a corporate lawyer turned marketer who has led a series of many successful brands, that is Resha Jain. Welcome, Resha. She is the Chief Brand Officer of Jiva, and she has won many accolades, one being Content 40 Under 40. Am I right? But those are just a few of the achievements that we're talking about here. The brands that she has led is Myntra, Sugar, and now Jiva, and many more actually in between. All of them very successful, so much so that they have become very familiar to all of us. So welcome both of you. A round of applause for Resha as well, please. And let me now launch into questions. Samiran, first to you, Just My Roots. That's a very, very, okay. You can take this. I think this is working. Yeah.
This was working.
Yeah.
A couple of minutes back. Yeah, this is working.
Right. So Just My Roots is such an evocative name. What went behind this entire naming, and what is the consumer insight behind it?
Right. I'm not sure how many customers I have here who have used Just My Roots. I know some of you, but okay. So let me come to the point. So I'm basically, the background is working in an MNC with a different kind of an ethics, different way of working. Spent some time in Reckitt Benckiser and then spent some time in Shell globally, working across multiple supply chain areas, technology, the couple of things that I've really worked on. So 2018, so we actually started this in 2016-17. This was started by my best half, actually, Promita. And she used to work with she used to work with UN agencies. And the first thing, and I'm talking about 2016-17, by the way, where intercity food was unheard of. Before time, people never knew. I mean, local food was not delivered well. How would you deliver intercity food, right? So, when she was working with the UN agencies, the first and the only thing she used to hear was, well, I have just come from Amritsar, and the food over there is so awesome, but I just can't have it anywhere else. I can't have it in Bombay, I can't have it in Delhi. There are definitely, photocopies everywhere. But again, you wouldn't have a paradise biryani of Hyderabad, somewhere else, right? You wouldn't have a tunde kebabi of Lucknow somewhere else. So that was the thought process. Well, we thought about it, and we have been thinking a lot about it. The final nail came when we were traveling from Gurgaon to Bangalore, both of us. And we were sitting next to a family. The family had mother, father, and 2 kids, the son and the daughter. The son was going going to Bangalore for higher education, and the daughter was supposed to go into Hyderabad for higher education. And the first thing that came up during the discussion, and the mother said, I really don't know what they're going to eat. Right? I'm not sure what they are going to eat, because the first thing that a kid does after he or she leaves home is trying everything that was not allowed to eat. Right? And then what happens is 1 month down the line, you come back home, either, you're not well, something has gone wrong. And that is the first thing that hits all the parents. And that's when we said, wow, this is a large area. It will not only help the people, but this is such, you can scale it to a level which is unbelievable. If you can actually make that mother cook that food, and you're able to take that food to the child. So, well, keeping all those things in mind, we thought about being born from Calcutta. Foodie is by default, it's a table stake probably. And we always thought that this is something that we should work on. We had done supply chain, but we had never done food. So yes, it took us 18 months, mind you, 18 months and my entire life savings to actually find a solution, find a packaging that would work to keep the food fresh across cities. It's very simple to say, it's done today, but again, when we first started in 2017-18, there was nothing available in the market, nothing. We were the pioneers. Well, you have photocopies today, but again, we were the pioneers.
Thanks, Samir, and I think that's fascinating. I would say that that's one of the masterclass example of how you can pick up an insight and convert that into a successful business. It's also a slightly different business, Samir. There are many D2C, right? But direct from home. That's like a different level where you're picking food from one city home and then delivering it to the people of that home in a very different city. What makes this attractive business for you? How do you manage the supply chain and logistics?
This business actually every business lies on volume actually. We all were speaking today in terms of profitability. One thing which we do not do is we do not transfer a product if there is not enough unit margin. While we say that, yes, I am delivering the food from the mother's home to the kid, we don't do charity, okay? That's a business model, and that's a fairly successful and profitable business model. The most important part is the mother and the child is happy, and that's where the insight starts coming from. The rest of the things doesn't matter. Actually, I'll give you a very short example, quick example. Our customer service is very well known for their excellent support. So the customer service gets a call at almost 5 p.m. from Calcutta, and the child's birthday is next day. And you guess what the mother wants to send? Any guesses? Payesh. 5 p.m. the mother says, I want to send Payesh. Tomorrow is my son's birthday in Bangalore. Now tell me how many companies in this world, forget the country, would want to take it up even, right? So 6:30 we pick up the food, and by next morning 10:30, the child is having a Facebook call with the mother, a video call, and saying, I'm having your Payesh. Define me, tell me, is there a money? It's priceless, right? You don't attach a value to it, right? The same thing, how many parents have stopped cooking at home because the children are not there? Like me, I'm sure there will be so many of you who would be able to connect to this, right? So the same family that we spoke of, the Gurgaon family, that mother reached out to us. We connected, reached out to us. On a Friday evening, she sends her cooked food to her daughter in Bangalore, a daughter in Hyderabad, son in Bangalore. And Saturday afternoon, the entire family is having lunch together. Of course, virtual. But can you beat that?
Thanks, Samir, and that's really fascinating. So you're basically saying you're delivering those priceless moments which MasterCard cannot, right? So the other ones. But you mentioned something very important, and I would say a critical factor, which is customer experience. Now, orchestrating it for one family is one thing, orchestrating it for the entire country a country where migrants to cities, the number is growing. COVID didn't put a break to that. How do you manage that? How do you manage it across touch points?
Yeah, most of us, we have learned in our early life and as we have grown that you need to do knowledge transfer, okay? Everything is about transfer of the best practices. So what we do is, we are not a very big organization, we're just a 208 crore company. But again, every Monday, every member of my organization is able to speak with the CEO through a call. It's a 1.5 hour call where everybody gets an opportunity, and that's where we share the best practices. What does that mean? It means every member of my family in Just My Roots exactly knows what the other guy has done. What are the mistakes he's doing? What are the things that he has to pick up? Right? That is the fastest way of knowledge transfer that I could think of at this point in time. That's one. The second thing actually is, well, this is basically the kind of knowledge transfer we do. I mean, if I have to close it over there. So, but again, we do a lot of knowledge transfer. So basically, like, our last mile is delivered by us, right? So, people out here, how many of you know about the first mile, second mile, and the last mile? Anybody? Great stuff. I could see some hands, but this is very supply chain, very operational, very logistics discussions. First mile, where I pick up the food. Middle mile, transfer of food. Last mile is delivery of food. Most of the last mile delivery happens through our people, wearing Just My Roots. Recently, we did a delivery to a big film personality, I don't want to name, a very big film personality. We had no clue that person would be, that person. And once the delivery is happening, there were 10 people sitting with that guy, and he asked that personality, "What's Just My Roots?" My guy explained over everybody, all of them over there, and we got 10 new customers. Right? It's so important to send the right person to do the right thing. And educated enough to handle, a delivery boy, educated enough to handle your business. Probably one of the fastest way of growth.
Super, that's brilliant. And Samir, in that vein, earlier when we were having a conversation, you mentioned that one of the secret sauce of success is creating excellent customer connect, right? And what you just said is a great example of that. But there are other touch points as well, and not everybody will be a celebrity. So how do you manage that?
See, we have different kinds of touch points. I mean, that's where I think today's masterclass program, which was done by Mr. Abhijit Roy and Mr. Prashant Singh, I think both the presentations were very good. And they touched on all the points around how do you connect your people, right? So we do the same thing. So first of all, we have done a lot of the social media. We have done a lot of print as well. But the best thing that works for us, that's what I have seen, is actually word of mouth. Nothing can beat a word of mouth mode of working. Social media works very well, but believe you me, when 500 WhatsApp groups gets a message, that's the fastest way of working, and probably the cheapest way of working as well, right?
I think Resha is nodding her head vigorously. If I could circle back quickly to you, Resha. Because Samiran talked about success, the recent first checks exit at 75x from Jiva, that has created quite a buzz, right? So very recently, one of the early VCs which had invested in Jiva exited with a success of, with a return of 75x. So we're very curious to know, how did you guys manage to do that? Creating that sort of return in 4 years' time is, I wouldn't say unheard of, but really rare. So care to share what the insights are, Resha?
Well, actually, I don't know what Just My Roots is doing then, because those experiences are seriously priceless. I feel like ordering a lot of food now from everywhere. And no, seriously, but lots to learn from you, Samran. I just want to say 75x in 4 years, okay? So let me put it in perspective, it's really big. And it happens because of a lot of things. I believe now that I've been in this space for a while that right timing, right place, right time is very important. And I think, of course, a lot of credit goes to the founders, Ishane, especially for being able to spot that there was a very big need and a very big space in the silver jewelry space. You know, Tanishq had it 20 years ago, organized the gold jewelry space, and somebody was yet to do that in silver. And it becomes very important because look at the women in this room or everywhere else. We go to office every day. We have a lot of pictures on Instagram. We don't usually keep wearing the same 2 or 4, gold pieces that our mothers have passed on to us. The need of the hour is that we do change, but costume jewelry doesn't cut it. We also want something which is very special, which can be gifted, which can be passed on, which is bespoke, which can be worn every day to work, and you still feel like it's premium. So I think that space was right at that point in time. The need was right. And when there is a very burning need in the market, then you come in, give a product which is very good, which caters to women who are ready to make that choice for themselves, which gives them a lot of options. I think fine, dainty jewelry in silver in India was anyway lacking. So all of that came together. The business model worked really well, I think, from product to pricing to marketing to supply chain to ops. Everything comes together, and once sometimes you get it all right, you have these exits.
I'm going to push a little bit more, Resha, to share more insights because, while the need for jewelry is high, it's a big market. And it's been since the Harappan civilization and even before. It is a crowded market. So you have a lot of competition, even in the DTH space, right? So how did you guys differentiate and how did you really deliver? You talked about customer experience and Samiran did. When you're delivering something in a box, and that something is a very experience first sort of product, how did you manage to do that?
Well, there are two things to it. Look, firstly, how do you differentiate? I think it's a crowded market. Yes, the jewelry space in India is crowded, but I don't think the silver jewelry space, in the D2C space, in the online jewelry space 4 years ago was as crowded. So I do think there was some space there. But the other thing is that also just that many 6,000 unique designs were not available. These are smaller players with smaller collections. To have that kind of credibility, to bring that sort of a catalog to people. And women want that. We are now used to choice.
Amazon
We're used to browsing
a
lot and then being able to make those decisions.
Yeah, it is an or the cow sort of country. It is an or the cow country, isn't it?
It does.
Variety works.
And the other thing is that actually a box is a very, very powerful thing to deliver something in. Because that really could bring a smile to someone's face, When you open a box, you've received it. There's anyway an element of joy when you want to unpack something which you're going to wear, or which you're really waiting for. You open it, we have a very personalized message there. The packaging is bang on so that nothing is out of place. You get it right. There is a cleaning cloth. There are instructions to care. There is a very premium feel with how you receive the box, how you experience the jewelry. So I think that really makes the experience very, very unique. And now we, of course, have 75 plus stores plus SIS. So now it's no longer only a box.
Yeah, of course. And me being a customer, I can vouch for that. But tell me, recently I was reading about it and we did have a conversation before. Recently you moved to gold as well, isn't it? What have you built this on? You mentioned Tanishq, and Tanishq is not the only one. We have now a slew of brands in the category. What are your unique capabilities and insights you feel are going to fuel your growth in gold?
Look, our insight was very simple. Tanishq is a huge player, but Tanishq also deals with very, very big pieces of jewelry. We are talking about, and now there are many others also, not only Tanishq, but Tanishq also has Mia, and there are so many others like Carrot Lane and so many others who are doing a great job at selling jewelry to women which can be worn for everyday use. For us too, we wanted to come into that space. We think that we also have a unique style identity. For years, a lot of credibility in terms of our design, in terms of our customer base. Credibility is important in this space. This is jewelry. People buy because you sell the right products to them, the right things, you know, and it's all real. The other thing was that we were also working with lab-grown diamonds, which wasn't such a big proposition. And I think that's going to be huge. This year is the year of lab-grown diamonds. Of course, the government is promoting it, but also it opens up such a wide avenue of jewelry to people and makes it so much more accessible. So for us, it was very important that just like silver, we had a unique voice where we were selling silver jewelry to women who were using it every day, going to work, wearing it often, changing it often. We could do the same thing in 14 karat, 18 karat gold and lab-grown diamonds. And it's been very successful. It's only been 6 months, but I think that is our next lever of growth. You know, everyone is looking for the next 7500x exit.
Amen to that, but let me be honest, I was researching some jewelry brands, and not because I'm a jewelry addict, it's because of this conversation. And when you type any brand on Google, I think one of the questions that crop up, I notice is, are these brands selling real gold and real silver? Right, so, and you too mentioned credibility. So in the D2C space, at least if not in your stores, how are you managing that?
So of course, there is a lot of marketing and branding that goes around creating that kind of credibility. And also, that's another reason why we are available in so many offline stores now. Because touch and feel is very important. Just like if you remember, Lenskart was selling only online earlier, and then they had to open the stores, and now it is a very seamless model of online and offline, and a very omni-channel play. So similarly for us, we have both these places so that people can interact with us too. Another thing is, look, as people, and I think it would be the first thing that anybody asks when they're making a purchase of over 10 grand or 20 grand, 30 grand, because you want to make sure that everything that you're buying is absolutely real, Having said that, with players like us and everybody else, you have to have the right certificate. You can't sell a single piece of jewelry without that, So soon, it takes some time to educate people and make them relaxed about it, to be able to give them an experience outside as well. But once that happens, people come back again and again to shop, So this is why we are there, to be able to educate people, to be able to hold their hands and give them that assurance that absolutely, your money and our quality is so good that you never have to worry.
I have an interesting question on that, but hold on to that thought. I'll circle back to that because I want to probe now Samiran on authenticity. Why? Because, food or jewelry, authenticity has become, I think, a mantra, a slogan for this generation, the Gen Z. I don't want to single them out. I think it's common across generation, but much more for the younger generation, your target audience, Samiran. How are you ensuring that? How are they sure that when you take food from here, it is indeed royal biryani?
Yeah, actually. A very good term, authenticity, So everything I discuss comes with an example. I'm so sorry, you need to bear with me on this, right? So we were sitting in Lucknow in the office of Tunde Kababi. How many of you have heard about Tunde Kababi? Oh, there are so many hands up there, man. I have so much of business possibility. Okay, so I'm joining. I just have a business partner coming in now. So, okay, so we were sitting there and we were trying to onboard them. There was a gentleman, he must be 70, 75-year-old, and he was the owner. The actual Tunde Kababi, not the niece and grandson of whatever you see everywhere else, right? There's only one shop. Only one shop. That's it. Right? And this guy said, Samiran, I cannot onboard your system. One single reason. You take the food does not reach well, my reputation is at stake. It took me 4 generations, 55 years to get that reputation, and you'll kill it in a day. Now what do? I want that brand, but what do? So we had to tell him, fair, you don't believe us. Do you believe your own family? So give me the name of a family in any other city. You hear from them. So we actually did 3 deliveries, one in Bombay, one in Bangalore, one in Hyderabad. It's a different issue that we as bongs, we know that mutton kebabs, they taste better next day, right? Well, I didn't want to give that information, but anyways, it's just the lighter side of it. But again, the gentleman actually got a call from their friends saying it tasted better, right? But what did they get? What did the friends get? And what my customers get? They get a very nice packet of Just My Roots on the top, which is our protected pack. But the moment they open that bag, they see something that they know for sure, which is the original packet of that shop. I would not, under any circumstances, give it in a fancy packet. Because which means I have taken the original product out, put it in a different packet and sent to you. Well, why do I need a tunde kababi from Lucknow to do that? I can get it from a cloud kitchen next to my house, right? I bring it from tunde kababi. I better show it to you that I do that job.
Thanks, Samir, and I think that's fascinating, and I think very important part about that for your at least business is technology. In case of Russia, it's education. In your case, it's technology. So tell us a little bit about Akaya and how that's enabling your success.
Yeah, so our entire work is on packaging, to be honest with you, right? And we have now 2 patents. Sorry, we applied 2 patents. We work very closely with CFTRI. I'm not sure how many of you know CFTRI, but CFTRI is a government arm of CSIR. Okay? So any government requirements of packaging, it is CFTRI which comes in. So we work very closely with them, and we all understand that people, businesses will copy the moment they see scale. And that's happening today. You all know. The copy persons are coming in and they will keep coming in. How do you stay ahead? You stay ahead only with technology. There is no second thought. You stay ahead only with innovation. And I saw Prashant mentioning over there, it is marketing and innovation. I always add an S to it. Marketing, innovation, and supply. Okay? So anyways, I'll come back to that, which is, so we have another, another organization which is called Akaya. Akaya specially works on packaging. Though we are on D2C, and I'll speak 2 minutes on this, which is, we all understand. So there are 2 kinds of packaging we work on. One, we work on cold packaging, which keeps food fresh when we move across cities. We have recently come up with a very different innovation, which is a hot packaging, which means, so most of our experiences, even I order through most of the known, food delivery apps that we know, right? The best that I get is warm food. The best. Generally, we have to heat the food. Otherwise, best is warm food. The innovation that we have worked on keeps the food hot, piping hot for 3 to 4 hours. So stop having warm food. We have recently done a delivery in Delhi. Delhi NCR, if you are aware about the topography, the demography of people as well as the topography of the place, Delhi NCR, no food goes from Delhi to Noida, Delhi to Gurgaon, Delhi to whatever. So we did that. 40 kilometers delivery. Piping hot delivery of old Delhi food. Now that's technology. That's innovation. And we are very proud about that, right? So that's the innovation which is now going to go to rest of the country, right? So that's how we keep ourselves at least 6 months to a year ahead of the copy styles coming up, right? Keep doing that. So innovation is one of that. So for example, does anybody know how much money we lose after the harvesting of crops, whether it is vegetables or anything? India loses 80,000 crore rupees of food. Guess what? We don't have cold chain supply chain in every part of the country. The farmers are not able to reach to the cold chain logistics, cold chain warehouses that they have. So we are coming up with a mobile cold chain solution. What does that mean? It will give the farmers 3 extra days to say, buddy, your products are all safe and fresh. Take it to the nearest logistics center. You get 3 more days. Guess what? We are trying to reduce that 80,000 crore reduction at least by 1/3 to start with. Let's see where it goes. So back, end of the day, it's all about
so
innovation.
much. I think what you have been able to do, and I think Jiva and Resha as well, is combine technology and insights. I think that's a perfect way in which you can create innovation, and I'm certainly picking up a lot of ideas from both of you, I hope, and I'm sure actually our audience as well. Switching gear to Resha, you talked about how you're educating the customers and how you're asking them to relax, or rather influencing them, inspiring them to relax about buying jewelry by creating just the right kind of collaterals and right kind of education, right? That's almost like being a friendly expert, right? Being, let's say, your elder friend, slightly elder because they're more experienced, they know better, but they're friend at the same time. And if I look at the trail of brands that you have led, whether it's Myntra or Sugar, I see some sort of similarities. So I think that's a footprint that you have left, your own personal stamp. Would you like to talk a little bit about that?
Well, yes, absolutely. I think you kind of nailed it there. At Myntra, I remember getting this mandate that we were trying to build fashion, and this was the era of Amazon and Flipkart, not too many over there, and even Nykaa hadn't really started. But we knew one thing for sure, that for our customers, we wanted them to know that Myntra knows fashion, so that they could absolutely rely on us and the fact that we had the right kind of solutions available for people. Influencers, though that wasn't the time of influencers when I was at Myntra, and I think it was rather new. Facebook was the big thing, and Instagram was just coming up. But I remember that content was still very, very big, and we understood that people wanted to know such basic things. Our strategy team at Myntra was full of IMA, IMC people, and I remember doing an experiment and went across Myntra to ask people, what do you want to know? And the questions were so simple. People said, Resha, can we wear a brown belt with black shoes? And I remember that question being like everyone shaking their heads, and men don't usually talk to each other about, what they should wear and what goes together or not. And at that point in time, we knew that we had to be the friend who understood fashion, who you could come to, there was no judgment, and there was a solution available, and there were these simple questions answered for everybody. And that worked so well, because India is a space where people definitely look up to people. They want to see how to style a white shirt in 5 ways. We are still thrifty people, We still like to know कि मेरे पास ये एक shirt है, मैं इसको किस तरह से 10 तरीके से पहन सकती हूँ, and it still looks different. And that in itself is very powerful. And I think Myntra taught me that. While building Myntra, I knew this insight was available to me about customers, consumers, and us, because we are customers and consumers. And when I went to Sugar, this became even more important because this was makeup. And although we all grew up with kajal in India, and we probably saw mothers once in a while wear lipstick, but there was nothing else. And now people wanted to know whether I should wear a foundation first or a primer first. Moisturizer pehle lagate hain ya primer pehle lagate hain. How do you use a highlighter? Can you use a highlighter to actually enhance your cheekbones? Can you also do that to actually give yourself slimmer cheeks, contouring? There's so much possible, and women were finally not being told that, oh, don't wear makeup. You can't tell a woman that anymore, She'll do exactly what she pleases. And to be able to cater to those women, who were taking these decisions for themselves, and to be able to teach them and help them learn, how makeup was supposed to be used for different things. The same product can do so much for their faces and for them. And so education became important. And I remember when I joined Sugar, we didn't have the money to go after big influencers or anything. So we've literally built the first nano influencer chain in the country. We taught people, influencer marketing agencies, how to build it. And now, of course, there are millions of products in the market, but we were working with 30,000
Thank you for that. I'm using
plus.
one of those right now for my brand.
Last year, we were working with 30,000 plus influencers in a year, that is, and multiple times, like this is multiple times, because that's how much you can get to people. And I think Sugar was built on the basis of, now their social media channels are the biggest in the country for a D2C player.
So I think what I'm really getting from you, Risha, is influencers are not just there to promote your brand. They are there to create a connect with your consumers in a way that a brand would struggle to do in a personalized manner, right? And leveraging these people who are part of the community and are therefore, they come across as more authentic in the right way, in a way that is credible and believable, could be a big part of success, right?
Kavita, absolutely. In fact, I'll tell you what, it's not only the influencers there are two aspects to them. One is that influencers, of course, have their own communities which you're going to. So they are a platform that you use, to tap into their communities. But also influencers themselves are my community, because they are my first users, they are the ones that I want to feel happy about a product. Genuine influencing is very different from, say, paying people money. But when you love a shade of lipstick, when you love a particular jewelry that I've given you and you've styled it a certain way, then that comes across super differently. It's very authentic, and that coming back to that term that Samran was talking about, and authenticity makes all the difference.
Absolutely, yes.
So yes, I think influencers you use very, very well, because they can actually talk about the product, but they can showcase the product, not only sell it, but showcase it, which is very important.
Yeah, it's different, if you're creating UGC for the sake of UGC versus creating meaningful content that people can consume. And I think makeup again is a crowded place. So you've had it hard across, but you've made it successful, irrespective. So thank you for that. I think we're running short of time. So we'll jump to the last question, which is for both of you, which is, what is the future for your respective brands, for Just My Root and for Jiva? How do you see scale up happening? How do you see success panning out as the competition gets more intense? So we can start with Samiran or Rishabh, that's fine.
Well, for Jiva, I think what we really are looking at is being able to create a very democratized platform for women. It's not only jewelry, but it's very meaningful, useful jewelry which can be worn across different occasions, which is very, it can be passed down, but it is also something that you don't feel very fearful owning, wearing, keeping in your house, whether it's gold, whether it is silver. Our idea is to go, now we've created a really big name in D2C, and I think now the way the marketing funnel works and the buying funnel works, online and offline are both very important channels, So offline is a major focus for us now that we have the funds also. So we are gunning down. We are approximately 80 stores this year in a year itself. And by next year, we plan to have 200 outlets of our own. We also have major SIS stores. We are really expanding our gold collection and our lab-grown diamond collection. So we see major growth spurt coming from there. Marketing, branding will be a very big push for us, because now is the time that we definitely want to be able to talk to people and to be able to say that we have the kind of warmth which comes as jewelry, And that's exactly how we see the brand growing.
Excellent. Samiran?
Yeah. So for us, again, I think Risha just, you just put the right things in the right place over there. So from a marketing perspective, for example, some of you may know, Saurav Ganguly has onboarded us as an ambassador, and he has also invested in the organization. So Saurav's brand value is going to add, has already started adding. Our sales figures have started changing. We recently acquired again on the online space, we recently acquired a Shark Tank powered company called the State Plate. So State Plate, we are mostly into perishable. State Plate is into non-perishable. So that's another vertical that we are trying to grow. Other than these two, we are also coming up on the offline space and in a very different way. So we're starting in Bangalore, and we are starting with one of the largest, cannot name right now, but one of the largest petrol pumps, one of the largest petrol pump organization within the country. We have just signed an MOU with them. So these petrol pumps, and how many of you keep going to Bangalore? Any show of hands over there? So if you are a Bengali, how often do you quickly find Maj Bhat in Bangalore? Okay, no, answer is not very easy. You find it, but it's not very easy. People coming from the north or the west, going over there and trying to find chole bhature, you need to search, right? So Just My Roots is coming up with offline sites at these petrol pumps, and what we are saying is, it's not only a convenience store. You'll definitely find all the convenience stores around, you'll find it. But hey, you might find your Maj Bhat and your Chole Bhature over there. So you will know, well, which petrol pump to go and spend whatever money if you're really hungry, right? And why will they partner with Just My Roots? So that out of the 100 people who goes over there to have that Chole Bhature or the Maj Bhat, at least 20 of them also fills in fuel, right? Right? That's a win-win partnership. So yes, we are coming in a big way, and we probably are going to have in multiple states, multiple cities, with those offline sites coming up.
What
So
I hear from both of you is actually, omni-channel seems to be the way to go, right? And also keep your eyes peeled for opportunities like the State Plate and in Resha's case, gold, right? So I think we will close here. We'll take a couple of questions because we're already running short of time here. So not more than a couple. Yes, the gentleman over there. Can we?
Hello, my name is Sachin Mahajan. I am meeting Sengupta for the first time, but I am a happy customer, I must tell you.
Wow, I have to do this.
I will tell you a story before I ask one question.
Sure.
I am a Maharashtrian person, and just Ganesh Chaturthi was there over, and I was wondering to have a modak. And you know, modaks are available here in Calcutta also, but that's a peda made in the shape of a modak. But I wanted ukriche modak. That is the authentic Maharashtrian modak, which is like a momos. And I spoke to his colleague because in past I bought something from him. And I requested, and that chain was not onboarded, but they onboarded immediately and delivered it on Ganesh Chaturthi at 11 o'clock. My mother and my daughter were so surprised to have ukriche modak on Ganesh Chaturthi. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
One last question. Sorry, yeah, please continue.
Thanks to my managing director who introduced Just My Route to me. But my question is that, are you looking for a bulk delivery also? Can I see Sitaram Chole Bhature for my daughter's birthday, where 50 or 100 people will be there?
Honestly, we are already doing it. We are already doing it, and we have recently done, I'm not sure if anybody follows me on LinkedIn, don't, it's okay. But again, we just did for a doctor who invited his 50 friends for his daughter's birthday, first time teenager daughter, and he wanted to do something different, checked with us, we told him what different could be. And I could only get messages coming in from him at late evening, that night, whenever it happened, saying, how could you make it so different and so awesome? But again, so yes, we do it. Quick answer is yes, we do it.
Thank you.
We have a question. I think that gentleman at the back had raised his hand before.
Yeah.
There, the green coat. green jacket.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. My questions, I have two questions, one for the food category, another for the jewelry. So first for the food category is, what's your opinion that nowadays the companies are emphasizing more on the quick commerce? I mean, the delivering faster, I mean, within 10 minutes, 8 minutes, like that. So what, are they concentrating more on faster delivery and compromising with the quality? Or is that strategy sustainable? That's my question actually.
So the strategy is sustainable because we have two very, very large delivery companies today, Swiggy and Zomato, both which are working very, very well, right? That's a different model altogether. We currently operate on a different model. So I think that's a running organ and they are doing very, very well. So I cannot comment anything else on that actually. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. And for the jewelry mode actually, so during the COVID period, several companies, including Tanishq, I guess, have started a concept called distance selling. That means selling through, Google Meet or the WhatsApp or the Zoom meeting. So are you still continuing with the same model or that is only for those COVID period only?
Actually, we, and I think a few other companies also in this space, also have something called video selling, which means that you can go to a product today, and if you like it and you're still not convinced with the website or app experience, then you can request a demo call, and our executive calls you, shows you the jewelry, wears the jewelry for you, showcases it, shows you some other options which are also available. These options are also available. These are very good to have options. It's not only about COVID, it's also about the fact that a lot of us now, whether we can step out or not, still do our shopping online, And a lot of us want to be able to still see how the product will look on them, especially with jewelry. Will it be a big pendant, a small pendant, a big earring, a small earring? How will it look on my ears, my neck? That's very important. So these still exist.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, we will
Thank
close here. Thanks for being efficient and bringing 2 questions for each of them. We will close here now for the lack of time. I wanted to thank both of you. I think for me personally, there has been a lot of learning. We talked about how customer insight-led businesses have always, or in these 2 cases certainly have become so successful. We learned about how influencers could really help drive a brand's growth. We've learned about how a trajectory of D2C brand happens, starting from something very small to becoming big and going omni-channel. And we've also learned how value proposition is something that you continue to evolve, going from, let's say, intercity to same city delivery and moving from perishable to non-perishable, moving from silver to gold. Thank you so much to both of you for taking out time for this, traveling all the way to Calcutta. I hope you do try the food here.
I love the food here. Calcutta is where I come for food, don't worry about it. But thank you so much, Kavita. Really good questions and really questions which made us think and answer and learn. And I learned a lot from Savaran as well, so thank you so much. Great.
Thanks. Likewise, and thank you to all of you. We were holding you for lunch. I mean, I can't believe this.
So, last announcement. So, we will have lunch. I think Swarnali, you will announce. On the other side of lunch, we continue with our panel discussion with 2 fresh, very different panelists bringing in very different insights. So, see you on the other side of the break. Swarnali, over to you.
Thank you very much. That was indeed a wonderful session. Would request you to please stay back on stage. May I request Mr. Trideep Mojumdar, Managing Director, Quaker Chemical India Private Limited, and a member of the Marketing and Brand Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to hand over the mementos to our esteemed panelists and the esteemed moderator. Kavita, there's one more. Can we have a group photo, please? Just a second. Thank you very much. Before we break for lunch, two announcements to make. One is there is a photo opportunity zone just behind in the hall. You may feel free to take some photographs there. We have a stall of Shalimar just beside the registration desk. If you want to buy certain products from Shalimar, we all know they are established brand, so please do so. We also have some goodies from the Bengal Chamber, t-shirts, no limit t-shirts, caps, which is available at the registration desk for purchase. In case you want to check them out, please go. Thank you very much. We meet exactly after 45 minutes. Due to paucity of time, we are having a 45 minutes lunch break. Thank you. Requesting all guests to be kindly seated, please. If somebody is outside, kindly come back. So welcome back. I will request once again Ms. Kavita Mahato, Business Head, Tata Steel Ashiana, to kindly come up on stage to moderate the second panel discussion, which is on the perspectives of the established brands on D2C. I would also request the panelists, Mr. Devaditto Chaudhuri and Mr. Sairam Subramanian, to kindly come up on stage. Their introduction will be done by Kavita. Over to you. Thank you.
Sorry. Hi, is it working? Can you guys hear me? Okay. So first of all, I wanted to apologize for inflicting myself once again on all of you. Very sorry about it, but it's all Swarnali's fault. So you all should sort of just take it up with Swarnali. And then I hope all of us had great lunch. The food was really great. Which is again thanks to Swarnali. So you decide whether you want to berate her for bringing me again, or thank her for very good food that she organized. But this is just after lunch session. But I'm not worried about it, because we have two stellar panelists, two stellar speakers who are going to really bedazzle you with their insights, if I may say so. Last session was really interesting. It was fascinating. It's great to know what digital, people who are making a success on digital platforms and digital businesses are thinking and doing, and how they're actually keeping customer front and center, irrespective of the medium and the route to market that they have chosen. It's great, and of course the opportunity is amazing, and that's why many legacy brands are also now reconciling their business fundamentals with excellent customer experience to ensure that they can also win in this space. We heard Mr. Roy's fascinating presentation in the morning that was really insightful, and thank you so much for that, Mr. Roy. Today, and it will be very useful for brands like us, right? So I'm from Tata Steel. I head a business platform business, but for all of us who belong to legacy brands, it's great to learn from some of the people who have made it a success, coming from that space and moving to digital. And for that, we have a very eclectic duo actually. We have someone who has used their love for food to make really sweet tunes of success, and we have someone, a marketer whose métier is to create and lead such successful brands that they are household names. First, Devaditto Chaudhuri, the MD and founder of Chowman. All of us, I think most of us are from Calcutta, so we cannot pretend not to know about it, right? The naam hi kafi hai. Plus, Aud 1590 and Chapter 2, his other babies, which you should also check out. Devaditya's not just name is familiar, but also his face. And the reason being his recent debut on Disney Hotstar, where his brand featured as the first ever episode of Brands of Tomorrow. So his is a brand which is not just successful today, but is also promising a bright future. So thanks for joining us today, Devaditya. By the way, he has just carved out time for us today, and he was telling me that his rock band Lucky Shara is performing in US and he's leaving for US tomorrow. So a big round of applause for someone who is bringing both, like we bong say, Lucky and Saraswati together, you know. And next up is Sairam Subramanian, again an equally fascinating personality, a marketer who has made it a habit to create and lead successful brands. His expertise has touched all of us, although many of us are meeting him for the first time, because we've used the brands that he has inspired, led, and made a success of in India. I'm talking about brands like Clinic Plus, Dove, Lakme, Tresemme, etc. All of these amazing brands, household names, iconic brands, I should say. And now, after having done that, making it a habit, being in rural marketing, leading one of the HUL's most known initiatives in India, which is Shakti Channel, he has moved on to creating a slew of not just one or two, but an entire range of digital-first personal care brands for HUL. Names like Love, Beauty and Planet. The young women here will certainly know about the brands. Simple, Acne Squad, and Find Your Happiness. So we are really happy that you have joined us today, Sairam. We have found happiness for that reason. Thank you so much. And let's move to the questions. First question is to you, Sairam. From HUL, I hope it's working. Yeah. From HUL, there has been so many legacy brands which are so successful. And you've led that, and now you're leading the D2C. What is the key difference, or what are the key differences which sets a D2C brand aside from a legacy brand, apart from each other?
I think the most simple answer is the age of the brand. If I have to be very honest, I think, but if I have to fundamentally break it down, a legacy brand typically was a brand that is more than 10 years old, started itself in an era where digitization was not where it is today, and hence most of the mental reach happened in traditional channels and most of the physical reach happened offline. And a D2C brand is typically much younger, started in the digital age where most of your target consumers are having a majority of their consumer journey online, and they're also probably buying online, right? So you could be digital first in your approach to both mental reach and physical reach and engaging with your consumer. I think that's the fundamental difference. It's as much about time as it is about the method to the madness. I think that's, to me, the fundamental and the simplest answer I can think of.
No, thanks for that. I think that makes a lot of sense. But tell me, I'm a bit curious. We talked about so many brands just now, right? And those are just I wouldn't say not even a percent of what HUL has created in terms of legacy brands. The kind of successful brands you have is an envy of all marketers. Why not simply go to digital with them? Why create new digital first brands?
Okay, so I think I want to separate out, there are two different aspects here. One is going digital and one is creating new brands. And I want to bring that differentiation, right? To answer the question first, I think today being on digital or going digital is not an option. Every single brand has to be online because that's where the consumers are. That's where the consumers are consuming content. That's where the consumers are buying, a lot of them, especially in the premium end. So I don't think any brand has the option today of not being online. So every single brand of HUL is online today. Whether it is a mass brand or whether it is a...
I would just like to add that I believe Lakme is one of the most successful digital brands in the digital space.
Yeah.
So HUL is killing it both ways.
Yeah, I think the fundamental difference is on the question of why new brands. I think HUL has always had a portfolio transformation, premiumization, market development has always been a critical lever for growth for most organizations, including HUL. And I think you need to keep creating new brands or new propositions to cater to the varying needs of consumers, the ever-evolving consumer. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect is digitization, which again, I think going back to my previous answer, I mean, I'll give you an example of hair care. Tresemme was a brand that we launched in 2013. In that era, when digitization was not so evolved, of course, while digital was a part of the mix, the brand had to do traditional marketing. The brand had to go offline, omni from day one. But when we launched Love Beauty Planet 3 years ago, a majority of Love Beauty Planet's TG was online, consuming content online, buying online. So we had the option of not going offline and actually having enough scale and ability to build yourself online, establish brand market fit, and then eventually go offline to further expand your brand. I think that's the context. I don't think it's about creating brands. It is a house of brands anyway, and I think that's going to continue forever. I think the context will keep changing in terms of whether you're going digital first today, but you couldn't do it 15 years back as a consumer brand. I think that's the difference in my head.
You're right. So it is also about consumer, and like you rightly put it, is not about, I think that's a great insight, that it's not about going digital. That's not the point. The point is where your consumer is and what is the need that you're trying to cater to. That said, again, going back to HUL's legacy of creating a fascinating channel network, right? And now you're trying to build these digital first, where the channel, I don't know whether it will come in picture sometime or not, but that's for the future. Both the channels, like traditional and digital, they have their own puts and takes, isn't it? So there are certain efficiencies that a digital channel brings, whereas there are certain cost advantages traditional channel could bring. How do you decide, consumer apart, of course, consumer is centric, but even in terms of running P&L for a brand, how do you decide which is the right mix, what to do first? How do you strike a balance there?
Yeah, I think, again, going back to fundamentals, right? Where's your consumer? What does she want? Creating brands and products that solve a real consumer need. Building brands that consumers love. Creating great advertising. I think that is fundamentally critical, whether you're doing digital marketing or traditional marketing or whatever. I think that's what drives business. And I think things like cost of acquisition, etc., are a function of that. I don't think it is a function of the channel. There are differences, but I think the fundamentals of business doesn't change whether you're digital first or offline first. However, the one key difference I see in the digital first approach is the kind of data and insights and the immediacy with which you get consumer data and how you use it to serve the consumer better. I think that was something the traditional channels or offline channels never offered, right? We used to rely on consumer research to find out how consumers perceived our brands. But today you can literally, over a period of an hour, somebody bought it and you speak to her and you get to know what was the experience, how was the experience. I think that difference, the data that it brings is the intimacy that you have with the consumer today because you're directly selling to the consumer. That difference is that's where I see the difference. But the fundamentals of business, I don't see the difference the way I see it. I think it remains the same. The principles of how you build a brand and drive a business doesn't change in my head.
Absolutely. But I think just to probe a little bit more on that, the point that you talked about, the data part. One is data, yes, and also go-to-market, the time to go-to-market. The way we used to design pilot in those old days, we are giving away our age, but it's like you decide a territory and you go there and then you take the learning. And now you can do, you can design multiple pilots and run it in a very A/B testing sort of scenario. Could you speak a little bit to that, Sairam, given you have 2, 3 brands, 4 brands, and in fact, if you look at HUL, there are so many brands which are digital first. How are you leveraging that, which digital?
In terms of channel expansion and how you, just clarifying, if you're talking about D2C first versus omni-channel, is that the question or?
We'll come to that, but my question was more like, how are we leveraging the capability that the feature of digital, which allows you to go to market faster, test faster, fail fast, etc.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the entry barrier that you have to launch a brand online is lower than ever, right? And 15 years back, if you had to launch a brand, like somebody was talking about in the morning, you needed a sales system, you need a distribution system, there's an entire supply chain that you have to create. But today, I think some of those things have been democratized. You can launch a brand. If you think of an idea today, you have a product tomorrow, you can launch it day after tomorrow, right? And 4 days later, you already got the consumer signal on whether the product is working or not, and question on whether you want to pivot or you want to scale. I think that the speed and the agility with which you today can test something online, learn, and then potentially scale offline. We've never had that option before, and I think today digital gives you that option. It's much faster, much more agile, and you can do small. I think the ability to do small is what digital really helps you with. It's quite difficult in the traditional world on how you would do that at a very cost-efficient manner.
Super, thanks. And talk from small to now going big. Devaditya Chowman started really, I think, just like one outlet, and now you're featured as the brands of tomorrow. And for a reason, right? So, by the way, it is available on Disney Hotstar for anybody who wants to see it. But please see it on your own peril, because once you see it, then you will feel like you won't be able to help yourself and end up ordering from Chowman. So you're just giving more business to Devaditya. So Devaditya, the question to you is, a lot of hard work, would have gone in building this brand, right? And starting from a legacy restaurant to making it digital first. Would you share some of the details with us?
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Kavita. Thank you, BCCI, for inviting me to this wonderful event. Well, when we talk about hard work, everyone talks about hard work and they miss the fun element of it. So, of course, there's no substitute to hard work. For me also, when I started, there were a lot of hindrances. And in my initial days, the most, the only problem that I was facing in my initial days to retain the manpower, because I had just a small restaurant with a very small premises, and I couldn't convince the chefs to come and work with me. Every day I used to get a new chef, the next day they would have gone away. So that was a time that I was really struggling to retain the manpower. Next was, sometimes I was acting as a cashier, sometimes a delivery boy, and sometimes, after the entire day's work, I would, drive my only 7 staffs which I had, drive them back home. So there were a lot of, hard work definitely have gone, but I didn't miss the fun element of it, because being a foodie myself, I always wanted to do this business. And, there was a lot of fun, because I was enjoying every moment of it. And, when I used to come home late at night at 1 o'clock, I used to smell like a chicken. My body used to smell of chicken, fishes. I was not allowed in my bedroom by my wife, but I still enjoyed every bit of it, because I was so passionate in doing so. And even now when we have 45 restaurants running, and I'm enjoying the entire trip of it. So that's what it is.
Thanks. So going from 1 to 47, and from one brand to 3, and I don't know who knows how many more, cannot happen unless you have strong consumer insights. So what have been your insights behind Chowman and also behind Out 1590?
Well, before talking about consumer insights, I will just give you a brief background. So I was a musician, and I used to travel all over the world with my band Lokichara, and the sole agenda for me traveling was not only performing, but to visit various restaurants in those places and to taste the food. And way back in 2007, I got an exposure in one of the most popular radio stations in Kolkata, where I was hosting a show called Khete Khete Shono every Thursday, where I used to talk about all the unusual eateries in Kolkata, in India, in any part of the world I was traveling. And I was a foodie from childhood, so I always wanted to open something of my own. So when I planned, finally, I was ready to open my first restaurant. I had limited finances, and as you know, for any startups way back, 13 years back, it was very difficult. The ecosystem has changed now, but then it was quite difficult. So I was just thinking, like, there were already so many restaurants, so many Chinese restaurants. So in Calcutta, you're from Calcutta, right? So I'm sure you've been to Tangra. So Tangra had a lot of Chinese restaurants. In Calcutta, you had standalone Chinese restaurants too. So how do I enter the market? So the consumer insights, the customer insights. So I am a big fan of Alfred Ford, who is the inventor of Ford automobiles, and he used to say that he wanted to democratize automobile. So he would sell a small Ford car also, and a high-end Ford Mustang kind of a vehicle. So I thought my dictum should be to democratize fine dining and to sell fine dining food at a very affordable pricing. You know, when I studied the market, I found out the middle class society, not only in Calcutta or in India, any part of the world, they are the most important market for any product. And I found out that, in Calcutta, you had one level of restaurants, on one segment of restaurants, and you had those fine dining restaurants. Even if you have money even if the middle class, they have money to go to any fine dining restaurant, they will think twice, because they will feel, how do I wear? What do I wear? How do I handle the crockeries and cutleries? How will people judge me, even if they have money? So Chowman was an answer to that. So all my outlets, be it a small one or a big one in any part of the country, it is like the food, the crockeries, cutleries, the ambience is at par or even better than any high-end restaurant. But the pricing point is very interesting. Even now, as I speak, you can go to Chowman and have a combo meal at just 250 rupees. And you were talking about my customers. I can confidently tell you, all of them are sitting here from, I don't know if they're from Calcutta. I don't know anyone who has not tasted my food. Chowman, Auth, or, So that was like Chowman, that was the planning behind Chowman. And it worked as a magic. From a 300 square feet restaurant to now one of the most successful, Oriental brands in India. So after 3 years, I started Chowman in 2010. So after 3 years, I told my brother, who was in a different business, who was in a communication business, I told him that I started this business and this is very interesting. We're earning money, and and I could eat a lot of good Chinese food also. So people who knows me, they will be, it will be difficult for them to relate me sitting here right now, because I was an obese guy. I was like 106 kgs. So it took 4 years for me to reduce also. So anyway, so what food, what next brand? So I was doing a brainstorming with my brother. So now Bhat Mach is the staple diet of Bangalis. It was, but now biryani. Trust me, we have done all the researches. Biryani in Kolkata is a staple diet for all the Calcuttans, not only Bengalis. So we thought we must get into this market. But the biryani kings had already conquered the market. I am a big fan of Shiraz, Arsalan, Armenia, those biryanis, those restaurants. So like we were thinking, what to do? How do we enter the market? So interestingly, these restaurants, even today, if I want to have a biryani, I go to Shiraz. I'm a big fan of them. But somehow, again, there were two segments. One, these restaurants like Shiraz, Armenias, and Zishans of the world. And if you want to go to a premium restaurant, there was nothing in between. You have Dampuks of the world at ITC or a Taj, but there were nothing in between. So these restaurants, they were selling super food, but they lack at the ambience. So I'm sure like you would not like to celebrate your birthday or anniversary going to these restaurants. So we created a third segment, the middle segment, where we had these restaurants which with high-end interiors, the crockeries, cutleries will take you to the era of Wajad Ali Shah, and we positioned it as a premium period dining restaurants. And another interesting thing, in Calcutta way back in 2013 when we started Auth, biryani and Awadhi cuisine was all about chicken biryani, chicken chop and mutton chop, nothing beyond it. So me and my brother was in Lucknow for 2 months. We were doing research, and I can proudly say that we launched Galauti kebab in Calcutta, and which is now one of the most popular kebabs in Calcutta.
And I'm
we
sure
launched
people are
handi
thankful
biryani.
for that.
Oh, great. And we launched handi biryani. So we created that segment, and again it worked wonders. Now those restaurants are still there, but we are one of the highest selling biryani brands of this city.
Thanks so much, Devaditya. Not last, but the next question is, because of which we're having this conversation today, is because you have moved from a very legacy model, right, of restaurants, and restaurants leveraging the platforms. All the restaurants are leveraging delivery platforms today, but you moved extreme D2C. And I don't know whether there are other restaurants, there may be a few, but not many, which have opted for such D2C model. You've designed and you've launched the Chowman app. Could you speak a little bit about why did you do that when all the restaurants are actually moving to these platforms and scaling with that? Because it must be difficult, right? It won't
Very
be easy.
difficult.
Yeah.
But in 2010, when I first launched my brand Chowman, there was only one aggregator, Zomato, and they were not selling food. They were a review platform where you could rate the restaurant. And Deepinder Goyal, who is the founder of Zomato, he's a very dear friend. So he was dealing with me directly. So he didn't have much manpower also. So I was the first restaurant who was listed in Zomato from Calcutta. And I can proudly say now, when we talk in Swiggy and Zomato in both the platforms, we are the highest revenue generator pan-India for these two platforms.
Wow.
From, just
That
a small...
deserves an applause.
So, Deepinder is a very dear friend. But in 2017, way before COVID, I found out that we were doing a lot of business. The turnover was going up, but somehow the profitability was not happening because they were taking a lot of commission from us. Cost to business, there's something called cost to business. So cost to business with them, it is not about the commission, the discounts that you run on the platform, the GST, it was coming to around 36%, which was very high. And for a restaurant who sell food at a very reasonable pricing, so we were hardly left with any profit. So everyone discouraged me, everyone, all my friends from the media, my so-called consultants, they said, don't invest so much in the app because it will not take you anywhere, because there are already so many aggregators doing business. Why do you need an app? So I'm very stubborn. I said, no, I have to, make my own app. I took loan and I invested a lot of money, hell lot of money. The guys who developed Swiggy developed my app. So in 2017, I launched my first, Chowman app. And what I was doing, what I was trying to do. So 35% I was saving because I was not paying commission to them, but I was passing that chunk of it to the customers as discounts. And now we are the only app in India, restaurant app in India, who has 2 lakh active dedicated customers in our app. And I strongly believe because of my delivery, so I have to talk about my delivery system also. I started this delivery system in 2010 with 2 bikers. Now, recently, Economic Times did a story on that. We have the highest number of delivery bikers pan-India. We have around 350 bikers. Though we are in Swiggy and Zomato, but tomorrow if the Swiggy, Zomatos of the world, they shut down, it will not just bother us because they can order from the app with the same features and we'll deliver the food at their place. So now, with this kind of, applications, when I launched, as I said, everyone discouraged me, but then I never knew something called pandemic was coming. I never knew, we have been hearing about lockdown, we have heard about lockdown in factories, in movies, but a country, a city can have a lockdown. We never thought about it. So when in 2020 the pandemic, they hit India, then of course Swiggy and Zomato, they had their problems, they had their challenges, there was no bikers. We did the most business. And if you see my graph, my career graph, during the pandemic was a time where my entire business changed, my growth happened. And during pandemic, I started my national expansion when everyone was shutting down. So I believe D2C Connect is so important, where you have the control over the data, you have the control over your customers. Now, in any aggregators, we don't get the data. We don't know who is having the food. We don't get a feedback. So that's very difficult. If the food is bad, they sometimes review it. But it is not only about bad food. If you're a dedicated customer, you will definitely tell us how we can serve it better in a better way. So it's very important D2C.
I think the most important part is, like you mentioned, getting to know your customer better, because when you use a platform, you don't get customer data at the unit level.
They mask all the data. They don't share any of the data.
Right, because then they own the data. So doing something like this is worth investing in, because you get the level of customer insights on purchase behavior, patterns, preferences.
Of course, yes. So we exactly know what offers to run. So right now we have 2 lakh dedicated user, and we know the age bracket. So we can see that the trend of ordering during the weekends is mostly from an age bracket of 45 to 55. In the weekdays, evening, students, maybe 16 to 24. So we can run the offers accordingly that would attract them. It's very important. So right now we are present in 4 cities with 2 lakh active users. As a part of our expansion plan, by 2025, we target to hit 4 more cities. Like we are right now in Kolkata, Delhi, Bangalore and Hyderabad. So we're going to Pune, Bombay, Chandigarh and Chennai in the next 2 years. I am sure this figure will go up drastically to around at least 10 lakh active user. So I'll have a valuation of my company separately and the app will be valued separately. So no one understands that. They only think कि app करके क्या फायदा. But it is long term, it is like a blue chip share that you're investing in.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's a very important pivot you made, and that brings me back to you, Sai, in terms of pivots, right? So when a legacy brand pivots to digital first brand, or legacy organization pivots to digital first brand, there are certain prima facie benefits, some of which Devaditya and you both talked about. But it also, I believe, helps the entire organization in terms of building innovation, efficiencies, etc. Would you share some of the insights from HUL as to how the D2C, the range of D2C brands that you guys have built has helped the organization? In what way?
Yeah, I think no, it's an absolutely on-point question, right? And to be honest, most large organizations that have stayed the test of time have had to make quite a bit of transformation across the value chain through various times or decades that's come in. The latest being, of course, how do you be digital first as an organization? I'll give you a small example, right? So it's the way we started these nano factories as HUL. So if you look at some of our conventional factories are built for mass brands selling at scale, mostly to the offline channel. But when you start looking at the e-commerce business, especially in categories like beauty, where I belong, the assortment is very large. The number of SKUs are large, but the volume ain't so large, right? So, so creating these nano factories that enable you to make smaller quantities, reduce your innovation timelines drastically, and also improve your agility. I think that was one change I can think of immediately that really helped us build this entire D2C ecosystem as HUL.
Right. So because, HUL, because I'm from Tata Steel and Tata's, I can relate, right? So the factories are really large, right? Then ponderous with very involved processes and very difficult to change all of that. When you shift to nano factories, I was reading somewhere and you were telling me that they're actually movable. So you can move the plant. If a certain territory is doing much better and you need your supply chain to be there, you can actually do that.
Absolutely.
So that's a great pivot.
Yeah.
How do you build such capabilities? Like, because these are, like you said, nano is the right word. So nano is a very different capability from scaled up kind of business that legacy brands are used to. So what difference does it take in mindset and in approach to build such capabilities?
Like I said, I think most, you're from Tata and there are people from Berger, and I was speaking to a gentleman from Asian Paint. Most large companies have done this to survive and grow consistently over decades. This is not the first time organizations have had to pivot. I think it is in the DNA of most large organizations that have successfully stood the test of time to be able to transform itself across the value chain. I think it's there in the DNA. It's digital today. It was something else a decade ago. Yes. It was something else 2 decades ago. So I think that these organizations have the DNA to be able to do that and be ahead of the curve. And, that's what makes an organization stand the test of time.
Absolutely. And if anybody has done that, HUL has done that. Unilever has done that, let me say it that way. But, talking of pivot, because you said, talked about the ability to pivot, coming to the biggest pivot of our lifetime, which is pandemic. I was reading about it, and I think also it's mentioned in Brands of Tomorrow, how Chowman continued to remain afloat and actually grew during the pandemic. How did you manage that?
Well, as I said, pandemic changed my life too. So initially when it was 20th of March when the lockdown was announced in 2020. So I was like everyone, I was so kind of taken aback that how can all the restaurants shut down? What will I do with my manpower? That time I had around 1200 resources. So as I said, I'm very stubborn. I decided that I will not close any of my restaurants. So if you remember, if you're like, I'm sure many of you are from Calcutta. If you remember, in Calcutta, everything was shut, but in 2-3 days time, the delivery business started. Because, Rajiv Sinha, who was the chief secretary that time, I went to his house, he was not going to office. I tried and convince him that, delivery business, food delivery cannot stop. Because there are a lot of families, especially the old age guys who are dependent on this delivery system. And the next day he called for a presentation and I presented my entire case. And of course, I got benefited, but the entire F&B fraternity in Calcutta got benefited. And within the next 3 days, all the restaurants, they allowed their to start their delivery thing. But what was happening? Many restaurants, they never had their delivery system. They were only dependent on their, dine-in business. So they were shutting down. People were getting laid off. But I thought that this is the only opportunity, because in our business, if you get enough money, you cannot open 100 restaurants in a day, because it is very difficult to source this manpower. So I thought this is the right time where I should hire people. And during 2001 and 2002, 2000 and 2001, we opened 8 new restaurants. We hired about 250 new manpowers who got laid off from other, restaurants. And that was the time I started my national expansion. So pandemic was a different kind of a situation for me, and all the media across the country, they came, they took my interview, that how it, because I was perhaps the only restaurant who were paying salaries on time, the bonuses on time, and we were doing everything with the staff. And but of course pandemic was there were many resources, many employees who were getting affected due to pandemic, and there was a situation there where there was no no place to admit them. So I took 2-3 buildings in Calcutta, entire building, and transformed them to quarantine center. So we had our facility of giving them food, basic medicine, because COVID never demanded a lot of medication in the initial stage. So when these employees saw that when everyone was laying off, I never, I always kept holding their hand and gave them those these facilities. So they all came to me, and proudly I can say now my team is rock steady. Because in our industry, the attrition rate is very, very high. So every second day, someone is coming, someone is leaving. But as per the industry standard, our attrition is way, way, way below. So that was one thing that I could do during this pandemic.
No, that's, thanks for sharing that. I think before, during lunch, we were talking about purpose, and both your brands are quite known for that. Thanks for sharing those initiatives with us, which are quite inspiring. Switching gear to you, Sai, because we talked about, in his case, moving from B&M to digital. In your case, you have moved from B&M to digital. Now, there are brands which are moving from digital to B&M, right? So it's like life is coming full circle. We heard about, with you, Just My Roots shared earlier, how Samiran shared about how Just My Roots is also moving to B&M. And that's a big trend in your industry as well. So I've seen Nykaa doing that, Tata Click Palette doing that, so many other brands are doing that. How do you see that panning out, and do you have any strategies around that for your own brands?
Yeah, see, I think we have to look at it from the context of which category you are in, and in that category, where are your consumers? I think that's the fundamental question. I'll give you the example again of my category, right? And which is premium beauty. There are a sizable number of consumers online consuming premium beauty products, and I think for a brand like that, I think the strategy would can today be digital first, and then as you scale, you have to go offline. I don't think going offline or not is an option in the consumer space. At the least, because the question is when, and the when, I don't think there's one right answer to it. I think it has too many layers of variables that will decide whether it is right after brand market fit, or is it right after a certain scale. There are P&L implications. So I think I wouldn't put a strategy to it. I think it's going to be a different context for different companies in different sectors. But I think brands that are starting online will have to go offline at some point of time in the consumer space, and similarly brands that are offline first had to come online and make a big presence and drive their availability and visibility online, right? I think that's something that's going to continue. But if you talk about some other sector today, let's take a very random hypothetical example of, let's say, a company trying to launch a powder or laundry powder for the mid segment. I really doubt they can do D2C today, right? And they would probably have an omni strategy from day one. They'll probably go offline on day one. Because that's where their consumers shop, and that's where their category is consumed. So I think it's a bit of that. I wouldn't simplify the answer too much. It is quite layered, but yes, I think today for some categories, digital first is a great approach to begin your brand, create brand market fit, scale, and then expand to offline at a suitable later date to further scale your brand and make your brand more available. That would be my 10 cents on that.
Understood. Because, what I hear from you is it's wiser probably if you build the omni-channel strategy from day one, because it's just a matter of time, right? So you can sort of sequence them. You can go D2C first, you can do D2C to B2M later, but there is no compartmentalizing. It's quite a fungible space.
Absolutely. I don't think there's one right answer. There are too many other variables that will decide or dictate what is the right answer for you.
Yeah.
And for each business owner, it's going to be a different answer, and that's where I am.
So I think we are sort of coming close to our discussion. So I have one question for both of you, which is actually two questions. So let me first ask you is, what is your growth outlook like? How do you see D2C brands growing in the next, let's say, 5 to 7 years? What factors will drive growth in your categories?
Yeah, I think the fundamentals of growth doesn't change, right? You need to make products that consumers love, brands that consumers love, that solves a real consumer need. You need to innovate ahead of the curve. You need to drive a lot of mental reach. You need to drive a lot of physical reach, right? That principle, whether you're a traditional brand selling brick and mortar or an online brand selling D2C, doesn't change. Having said that, the number of consumers shopping online is only going to go up. And I think we saw some numbers in the morning about 100 million shoppers going to probably 300 million shoppers over the next 5 years. So online is going to be absolutely critical. But the drivers of growth doesn't change to me. I think it is about knowing who your consumer is and how do you make that consumer love your brand. I think that's principally what's going to drive growth for whether you're a startup in a D2C brand or a large corporation.
Yeah, absolutely. What about you, Devaditya? Where do you see growth coming from? I think that is of course the most important factor.
Are you talking about my brand's growth or the entire ecosystem's growth? I mean the D2C.
No, I'm talking about your brands.
Okay. So right now we have 3 brands like Odd, 1590, Chowman, and Chapter 2. So Chowman is the fastest growing brand amongst the group companies. So we have right now around 35 restaurants of Chowman in Kolkata, Delhi, Bangalore, and Hyderabad. The next 2 years, we are planning to open in 4 more cities like Pune, Mumbai, Chandigarh, and Chennai. So we will be available in all the major metros of India, and then we'll go for the valuation and we'll see how it shapes up. For Odd, we are already in Kolkata and Delhi. Will be the growth of Odd is a bit slow because again the manpower is a big issue. So we are a bit slow about it. And hopefully by 2026, we'll try and go public.
Sure.
2026.
Of course. Thanks for that. And the last question to both of you, something for what our audience can work on is, what consumer trends do you see shaping the future? We've been a lot of them. We have seen a lot of them, and they have been shaping success, whether it's purpose, authenticity, customer experience in the past 4 to 5 years. So going forward, what are the trends?
So I believe the entire consumer pattern has changed post-pandemic. So before pandemic, people would love to go to a grocery shop and buy groceries, go to a restaurant and have food. But post-pandemic, these aggregators have definitely given a different meaning to the entire business model. So I believe with the next few years, there will be many other players will come, and or even a grocery, a small vegetable shop in our locality will also go online, and physical contact will be very less, and this online business is going to stay and grow more and more. So we have to prepare ourselves as a business owner, as a customer also, so how to handle the situations in a better way. So to prepare ourselves.
Absolutely. Sairam,
to add to Devaditya, I think that's one. And the second, I think, I don't want to get category specific on what are the trends in the consumer trends in the category, but for any company or any brand in any industry, I think consumers going forward are more and more going to look at brands with a lens of beyond what the product delivers, or is it efficacious enough. It's going to be through the lens of how it makes a real difference to people, society at large, and environment. Right? I think going forward, and I'm coming from HUL, and I've grown up working on brands like a Lifebuoy, which is not, it was beyond a bar of soap. It was about advocating the habit of hand wash, going to schools every year for decades, and inculcating that habit in that child. I think it's beyond what your product stands for and the efficacy of the product. Or you can talk about Dove advocating beauty as a source of confidence and not anxiety. I think going forward, this ask from the consumer, of expectation from the consumer of brands to be beyond just a product that solves the need to being something that changes lives and societies and environment at large is going to be it's going to be much bigger as we go forward through the decade. And like we say in HUL, I think brands with purpose will last.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I think it's been strong, it's getting stronger, and it will continue to grow stronger as we move along. We'll open for question now. Any question from anyone? Anyone want? Okay, there are lots. Okay, yeah. So that gentleman,
Hello.
please.
I'm Dr. Chakraborty Parthasarathi. I'm a professor of an engineering college. This question comes to my mind. A musician turns to be a businessman. I have never heard of it. That is uniqueness of Devaditya. I'm not sure about whether he can disclose the fact that a very popular brand, music brand in Kolkata, Lokki Chhara, whether he does apply the promotion of that brand as well. Along with is this, number one. Second thing, which I have found, not only the band, these are also competitive these days, even these spiritual groups, starting from Art of Living to Sadhguru to other, they're also using apps and very huge amount of investment in the marketing side. I do not know whether the Bengali bands are also having that field. Devaditya, if you may disclose the things.
Thank you very much, but I didn't understand the second part of the question. I'll answer the first part of it. So, musician turned entrepreneur, this answer, these questions, the people, whenever I go to any forum, they keep asking me, but I'm doing the same thing. It's like creating new things. So, I am as much passionate as a musician and as an entrepreneur too. So every day, if you come to my restaurants, you'll see something new is happening. So as my band. But if you ask me, in this stage, if you have to call me, recognize me, how would I love to be recognized? As an entrepreneur or as a musician? So definitely as a musician. So, so as you know, for us, this time, particularly during the pujas and this Diwali time, is a peak time of our business, and we do the maximum business from where we earn a lot of revenues. But since I am so passionate about my band, I'm leaving for my US tour, not tomorrow, on Tuesday. For about 25 days, we are having 8 concerts all over US. So I'll be missing out on all these dates. So my team is handling it, and they are the guys who does everything for me. So my team is my strength, and they handle everything. I am a musician by heart, and I always want to be like that. So that is how it is. Thank you.
This gentleman, please.
Good evening. My question is to both the panelists. As far as online is concerned, I do see customers basically goes to online in lieu-in line of discounts, both in food and in case of grocery. So I don't know how this model will, survive in near future. How do you see that?
Yeah, I think from a customer point of view, I'm sure, I am going to talk from the brand's point of view. I think from a brand point of view, it is less important as a business to discount, right? It is more about driving value to the consumer, and right price, right value to the consumer is the most important thing. So I don't see discounts as a strategy in the long term. I think it is more of the way certain online customers drive traffic to their app. But in the long term, I see that being less and less relevant. What is going to be more relevant is what consumers want and what brands they want to choose, and that's what those are the brands that will succeed in the long term. If that answers your question, sir.
Thanks. One more question maybe we can take. Anyone? I think that gentleman at the back, he raised his hand. That blue shirt, yeah. Yes.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for this, lovely occasion when we can hear for both of you. And just wanted to know. Like we have Chowman and we have, so we are. Personally, I am a big fan of Chowman. So just wanted to know, is there anything like Bengali cuisine restaurants is also coming in future? And also to the other person, I have another question for him. So like, as the days progresses and the marketing scenarios is changing, so we see the ads targeting the customers is also changing. So, like how will be in future targeting the customers regarding to the ads perspective? Thanks.
Thank you very much. To answer the first question, yes. We are coming up with a new brand sometime next year maybe. So it's going to be a very innovative fusion Bengali food which Calcutta has never seen before. The research is on. So me and my brother, like at least in a month, we go to Bangladesh and in some other places to do the research. And hopefully by next year, Poila Boishak, that's the Bengali New Year, will be live with a new brand. And regarding the advertisement targeting the customer, how do we change our pattern, advertising pattern? So advertising has totally changed. So when in my initial days, 13 years back, when I launched the brand, my brands, there was only newspaper advertisement, which was very costly. There was PR, public relations, which was limited. You cannot ask a journalist to write about you every day. But now, thanks to this digital India and this online platforms, the digital platforms, the advertisement is much cheaper and targeted. So if I want to target a particular segment in a particular geography, I can do that at a very, very nominal cost, and still I can get the benefits. So it is changing. Hopefully something else will come up soon. So we are now advertising in other applications, outdoor digital hoardings. Before we used to have only flex hoardings. So to change a flex hoarding, it's again a cost. Now in digital hoardings, in 2 minutes you can change the creative and get a new creative. So entire thing is changing. So let's see what else comes.
No, I second that. I think it is the ability to target a certain cohort of consumers much more sharply versus what we had to do in mass mediums of the past, where it was not as sharp enough what you could do. I think that's the fundamental difference, and the ability to target more sharply is only going to go up as we go forward. I think that's the key difference.
We'll take one last question if there is any. Sorry, that gentleman. Okay. Excuse me.
Good afternoon. My name is Partho. So this is something that I would like asking you, Kavita. May I? So we have heard of paints. We have heard on F&B. And also jewelry, right? So my question is, how do we position D2C as a channel or as a method to madness, or in any way possible to connect more customers for the B2B sector, right? And drive customer value. So that's my question to Kavita. Thanks.
Sure, thanks. So actually, thanks for asking that question. Sorry, I didn't catch your name, sir.
My name is Partho.
And you're in some B2B.
Yeah,
business.
I'm with the Quaker Outon.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So, there is this myth, I think, where people believe that B2B is not so digital. In fact, the truth is B2B is more digital today. There are enough studies and there are enough instances to actually prove that. It's easier, in fact, to do B2B, D2C, direct to customer in B2B, because for you the logistics become easier to manage, B2B being by definition bulk. Also, their need to drive efficiency and their need to reduce their carbon footprints is forcing them to seek for digital solution. There are many ways in which they are seeking their suppliers, their vendors, partners to build customer value for not just for them, but also for their customer, the customer's customer. And they are completely looking at revolutionizing the supply chain, which can help in creating value for themselves in terms of cost, in terms of sustainability, and in terms of efficiencies, so that they could pass some of that on to their own customers. In fact, in Tata Steel also, we are developing certain channels which is not really commerce, but in many ways supports the customer in the B2B space digitally. And there has been very good traction on that. I hope I've been able to answer your question. Although I'm from D2C space, B2C space, not so much B2B, but I have a little bit knowledge being from Tata Steel. Okay, so I think we are close to, we're really running short of time now. So sorry for anyone whose questions we were not able to take. I think it's been a fascinating quarter of 3 quarters of an hour, where I think, if you look at the previous panel and this one, the writing is quite clear on the wall. It is eventually about the customer. It is about keeping the customer front and center, their insights around them front and center, and stitch your value proposition, develop your value proposition basis that. When it comes to digital first, it's also about how do you leverage data to understand the customer better and use that to drive innovation, not just for a particular brand, but for the entire organization. And the third piece is, according to me, how do you work with the ecosystem? How do you work not just with the influencer, but the entire ecosystem to make this work? I'm drawing the learning even from the Bojo presentation earlier, where, painters are being brought on digitally, and the value chain, the route to market is stitching together in a very omni way, both the traditional channel and a completely new digital channel. So it is about like going back to what our panelists said today. How do you really think differently? How do you innovate? How do you bring different factors together to create a success, a winning proposition, which really addresses one customer need, which is really paramount to them? So being sharp in the value proposition by leveraging technology and by leveraging insights is probably a success sauce, secret sauce for success. Thank you so much, Sairam. Thank you so much, Devaditya, for taking out time. It's been, I'm sure it's a busy time for both of you, being the festival season, and Sai has traveled all the way from Bombay to be with us. So a big round of applause to both of them.
Thank you, Kavita, and thank you, Bombay Chamber of Commerce, for this. I think, and thank you to all the other speakers. I'm looking forward to the rest of them. Thank you so much for the event.
I must tell you this, when Shonali was telling me this, this show, this slot was just post-lunch, I was apprehensive because, post-lunch sessions are the most trickiest. I could still see few of the guys, taking a power nap, but, thank you so much. Thank you so much for hearing us. Thanks. Bye.
That was indeed a wonderful session. Really appreciate Devaditya's passion for music that we all know, and you keep it for us still. May I now request Mr. Obhijit Dotto, Manager, Marketing Services, Berger Paints India Limited, to hand over the mementos to our esteemed panelists and the esteemed moderator. We need a group photo. Just be on the stage for a while, please. Act a group photo. Just one group photo, please. Thank you. Our next speaker for today is Mr. Lloyd Matthias, who is an investor and business strategist. He invests, partners, and collaborates with founders of early stage companies in the areas of AI, EdTech, data analytics, and digital technology. He is a board member and advisor to companies in technology and consumer space. A science graduate from St. Xavier's College, Mr. Matthias has an MBA from Bombay University and did a senior executive program at London Business School. He is among India's best-known marketeers who has built and nurtured powerful global brands, and in 2015 was chosen among the world's best marketeers by International Marketing List magazine. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for those warm words, Swarnali. And just a small observation. I know it's the second half of the day and always difficult. Just wanted to compliment the Bengal Chamber and specifically the audience. I have done a few sessions across. And I'd say that there's a very engaged group of people that are really keen to learn just by the questions and the fact that everyone's paying serious attention to the speakers. Two wonderful panel discussions, and of course the context setting by Anup and earlier Abhijit and Prashant's session. So been thoroughly enjoying this this particular conference. I'm also glad it's about D2C, a space that doesn't get the recognition that it needs. And clearly an emerging space. If you just look at the whole D2C model, it's relatively new, it's relatively young, and it's growing at an amazing pace. What I hope to do in the next 20-25 minutes is just give a brief overview and also share a bit of the perspective of what do VCs and investors specifically look at in this space. The fact that some of the big unicorns and some of the big growth areas have really come from this space, and that's really the perspective I want to share. So just quickly an overview, and I know Abhijit covered some part of it in his opening keynote. One is the size of the direct-to-consumer market is growing and growing very rapidly. In 2021, we talked about $55 billion. There is an expectation that by 2030, this could double to as much as $100 billion, right? And when one talks of direct-to-consumer, very often we collate it with only online sales. Remember that a lot of large brands go direct-to-consumer. Sai from HUL just shared. Very often large brands also go direct-to-consumer through their own exclusive stores and often through their own online stores. So I think that's a factor that needs to be remembered. But net, this is growing amazingly and really a 15x growth in the past decade. So very few channels or categories can have this kind of growth. To quickly touch upon the factors driving D2C growth, I think first is the internet penetration. The point of inflection, so to speak, was 2016 when Jio came in and disrupted Wi-Fi pricing. Today, leaving India at the place in the world where data prices is at its lowest. Right? We've all seen the period when, maybe 10 years back, some of the savvy tech guys would spend the last 2 days of the month downloading their favorite movies because your data was finite. And today, we really don't bother about it, right? Data pricing has really come so low that virtually everyone has access. On the back of that has grown a whole range of industries. If you look at some of the big D2C companies today, I think they have really been technically post-2016 phenomena when the internet penetration jumped. The second factor is really the trust and quality and price buying directly from the seller, right? And that's part of our old buying behavior. The moment you go directly to a seller, your belief is that you will get a much better value deal. The third, often ignored, is the strong brand experience. Two previous panelists brought this up very well. Shamaran from Just My Roots talked about recreating the magical experience of a son getting food prepared by his mother the previous night and sharing it over a call, right? I think these brand experiences are what D2C enables that traditional businesses and large legacy companies struggle to do, right? The fact that you can actually take a bit of that magic thanks to digitization, thanks to personalization, and the fact that you have small, nimble companies that can fulfill a consumer experience. And I think the last thing is really all of us and consumers in general really have an omni-channel existence. We don't live just in the online world and we don't just live in the offline world. And contrary to opinion, even young teens and digital natives, there is a bit of the physical world we like. So the fact that brands are enabling an online experience, omni-channel experience really adds to that customer experience. There are times, and pujas are around the corner, when you physically want to go to stores, you want to check out things, when shopping itself becomes a great experience. And there are times the comfort of wanting to shop from your couch, right? Like they say, the only thing that gets tired when you're shopping digitally is your thumb, because you can keep scrolling endlessly. And biggest driver, I think, to this whole thing is Gen Z and millennials, right? Not being either of these categories, I've seen the fact that of a decade ago, shopping for something as personal as shoes and something that one wouldn't do online. I think today that's become a reality, right? We all have realized that it's no longer just music and books and apparel. There's a whole range of products that we can do online. And millennials and Gen Z, digital natives that they are doing a lot more. And that's changing behaviors in a large extent, right? So the growth will accelerate in the next 5 years, and it will accelerate remarkably. Just a couple of data points on why we're saying that there'll be 500 million online shoppers. Today the number is closer to 190 million Indians who are online. One, of course, the big jump of smartphone users, right? We've seen the prices come rock bottom. So again, today, smartphone prices in India are really low. With manufacturing commencing in India and having commenced, this will only improve. So you'll see a huge growth in smartphone penetration. I think internet usage is going to grow. We already have a very large internet user base of around 800 million. This is expected to grow to 1.3, of course, as India's population grows. But as internet touches the interiors, there's something called the Bharat broadband, which is connecting a whole lot of rural and interior India. And with a range of digital services being delivered online, thanks to India's technology and the India stack, as we call it, this growth is only going to accelerate. And therefore, the number of online shoppers will really grow significantly to 500 million, right? And just for perspective, to recognize that the numbers we're talking about is much larger than the population of most countries, including the US. So that's a huge market that really makes this opportunity really large. Remember, India is the third largest retail market in the world already at 821 million, expected to hit almost 2 trillion, 1.9 trillion in 2030. Right? And that's a CAGR of 10%. So the size of this retail market is too large for businesses around the world to ignore. Right? So one is with manufacturing growing within, India becomes a large market. But two is also the fact that this is a hugely inviting market. And therefore it has the eyes of companies around the world and certainly the investor community to a large extent. E-commerce penetration is growing. I think we saw a big spurt in 2020 when the lockdown hit us and our lives changed. But month on month, one is seeing a growth in e-commerce, both in terms of depth, the homes it's reaching, the geographies it's reaching, and in terms of the number of products and items that most of us buy. What began initially as largely one-off fashion, lifestyle items, today has become regular groceries. Today, a lot of us are hooked on to things like Big Basket, Milk Basket, where you regularly get a lot of your products. So the e-commerce market size moving from US $70 billion to 214 billion in the next 5 years. So really we're seeing significant growth in e-commerce as well. Now just contrasting buying to something that we all understand very well as music, right? Music has seen the largest ever digital adoption. Today, 85 to 90% of music sales in the world are digital, right? So streaming is the way forward. A lot of us remember the days of vinyl records, of CDs, of cassette tapes. I think now they're really relegated to collector's items. People who are really, passionate about the old but the bulk of music is really consumed streaming. And I saw a report of the global music industry which said 97% of all global revenues on music comes direct. Now, one component of direct which is growing is artists' live performances. People don't just want to consume music through streaming. Now and then they want to watch an artist live. So live performance is also one, but that again is direct to consumers. Artists performing live, reaching real audiences. There's a small segment that's still physical, holding out, and rightly so. But this is an example of how adoption happens, right? Music, of course, is in that sense not so much of a touch and feel like various other items, but clearly indicative of how D2C is here to grow. Now, some of the reasons that consumers want to shop directly, I think the COVID-19 and lockdown changed consumer behavior once and for all. Who would have expected, 8-year-olds doing online classes, but that was the reality of what we got used to. The speed and convenience, door delivery and through e-commerce. The other thing that's been pointed out is the growth of social media. There was a time when to get onto media, to get onto television, involved big budgets. Large companies could afford. I remember even as recently as 5 years back, to get a spot on the IPL, and any brand would need at least, say, 30 spots to make some impact, would mean that as an advertiser, you have to spend at least upwards of 3 to 5 crores. The last IPL, the one that Jio Cinema did digitally, they had a sum total of 13,000 advertisers. So if you were a halwai in Udaipur, you could target Jio streaming of the IPL in a particular part of Udaipur, and you could advertise. And therefore, advertisers came in with budgets as low as 8 to 10,000 rupees. So digital and social is also ensuring that you can target specifically. You can target at a much lower cost out as opposed to large budgets. And of course, you have social media and social commerce and influencers, right? And influencers are not just superstars and those who have 1 million followers. The kid next door with 2,000 followers that has a real point of view about, the glitter she puts on her nails, influences a small and relevant cohort for whom some brand sees a lot of value, right? So I think those are another aspects. I think importantly, consumers also realize that they can have a say in the product development. Two young entrepreneurs here, Shamaran and Debaditya, talked about the fact that they're constantly listening to what consumers want, right? So if there's a feedback, if a young consumer is looking forward to having the paish prepared by his mom the previous evening, that's possible to make happen. And therefore, consumers today feel the need to have a say in product development. Businesses, they want to sell directly as well. I think most obviously is faster to market, right? Immediate access to channels and customers. You don't always have to depend on an intermediary. Most important, better access to customer data. For a lot of businesses, historical legacy businesses, you were so dependent on your intermediary channels, your partners, that you lost sight of the customer. Today, with real-time customer data, you can reformulate, you can change your product, you can alter your product, you can tweak your go-to-market, you can make a whole lot of changes because a lot of the feedback is real-time, it's relevant. Importantly, brands and businesses can cross-sell and upsell. So you know a consumer's buying pattern, you know what he's typically likely to buy at what particular time of the day, you can cue in certain stimuli, you can cue in certain communication to him. Then comes the better customer experience. The fact that today consumers don't just want to consume your product, they want to experience your product in toto. And therefore, having a lot of data, having a lot of nuance about consumer behavior can ensure you can give him a much better customer experience. And the obvious need for business is improved margins, right? D2C lets manufacturers save roughly, and I'm using a broad indicator, around 14-15% out of their first level distribution, and often brands that go direct to retailers will spend another 30-40%. So there's a substantive chunk of your business outlay that's kept for the intermediary channels, which D2C lets you be able to own and use by yourself. I'll just give you a quick schematic of the difference. This is how the traditional offline route to market, when folks like me entered the workforce, this was the normal, right? From the manufacturer, the brand, It went to a regional warehouse or a CNF agent. You then went to a distributor. Very often brands had wholesalers to play with. Then you had a retailer, and eventually to the consumer. And this whole process could vary. Even the most efficient companies, some of the FMCG majors, typically had the equivalent of a 21 day cycle from the time something left their factory to the time a consumer used it. And that resulted in a whole range of concerns. One was, this was expensive because there were a lot of intermediary layers. It was a slow movement of goods, right? There were problems, transportation areas, octroi, various issues that delayed it. Higher time to market and consumer feedback, right? I've been witness to products that didn't do very well, but it took almost a month for the company to recognize it. And by the time they altered things or changed the scheme, it was too late. A lot of money was lost. They had very limited access to customer data, right? You never knew what was happening really at the consumer end. There was a high capex in distribution and lack of opportunity for small players, right? They said till about a decade ago, to really launch something nationally, you needed a large outlay in terms of cash. Today, in the new world with third-party manufacturing, third-party logistics, with digital payment infrastructure, a relatively small player can reach maybe at least 60-70% of some of the FMCG behemoths in the matter of months, right? So the whole barrier to entry has kind of come down quite dramatically. Now this is the D2C route to the market, fairly simplistic as we can see. It's really from the brand to the consumer, with typically one, maybe sometimes two levels, right? So directly to the brand website, directly through a marketplace, or through a few offline stores, right? Higher go-to-market speeds, very obvious. Greater control over customer data and CX. We talked about it. I think this is a critical element. Enables engagement and repeat purchase. So you know exactly key elements of the consumer behavior matrix to tweak around. Centralized inventory, right? So your inventory management becomes far more rational as opposed to having multiple levels of distributors, wholesalers, where you have a lot of stock lying idle, unpaid for, which is actually lying on your books. Now there's a much more tighter sorting of inventory. You can reroute products far more easily. A centralized inventory, and lastly, more opportunity to innovate, right? The fact that there's very little between you and the consumer, the end consumer, I think brands can innovate far more frequently. I can tell you that in the telecom business in the early 2000s, basis the first 1 or 2 hours of a call center when you launch a new tariff or a new program, you actually knew what was the mood and you could quickly tweak it. Now this can happen real time, right? And that is a huge advantage. I think we've seen what are the sectors that really dominate D2C. There's fashion, lifestyle and accessories, there's beauty and skin care, there's hygiene and personal care, there's packaged foods, healthy snacks and beverages. Pet food as well is emerging. I think these are fairly obvious. I think the opportunity for entrepreneurs, and this is the part that I want to just stress a little bit in terms of what are investors looking for and what could be a takeaway for a lot of the entrepreneurs here in the audience, is there are huge amount of niche opportunities that D2C can fulfill that traditionally big players struggle because of their large systems, processes, and their ability to. Of course, I know that lots of companies are incubating units, but there are huge areas for niche segments. Like I said, one is the speed to market and the customization. We heard examples of 2 brands today that do remarkable levels of customization. Today you can not just customize your communication to a individual, you can also customize your product to some extent, not to some extent, to a large extent. Some of you saw a program that Dairy Milk ran where you could wish your friend on his birthday with a Dairy Milk bar with his name on it. A couple of years back, Coke ran a promotion where you could change the label customized to it. So today you can actually have faster to market but more customization. And then, like I said, better access to customer data, allowing purchase behavior and changing needs. So cross-selling and upselling, better control of the customer experience and improved margins, right? So clearly there is a big opportunity for niche categories. To be a D2C entrepreneur today is, in a sense, easier than ever, right? Obviously, you need to have a great idea. You need to have a deep, shall we say, a deep mining of consumer insight. But if you look at the entire process, from product manufacturing to website app building, to brand building, marketing, sales, logistics, payment, you've got a whole range of ready-to-use apps, right? When it comes to websites and app, you have things like Shopify, you have Shopmatic, right? Things where, you can get instant help in developing your digital storefront, right? That's something that's possible. In terms of brand building and marketing, there are a whole range of apps that work, right? So Clever Tap, Automate, we've seen a whole range of brand building and marketing tools that can help you. In terms of sales, if you don't have your own sales force, obviously you can be part of one of the big platforms, Amazon, Flipkart, there's a whole range of them. And there's ONDC, right, which doesn't call itself understandably a platform, they call themselves a protocol. But ONDC actually opens up the whole ecosystem, right? So as a buyer, you can choose your seller, you can choose your intermediary, you can choose your payment gateway, and therefore it truly democratizes the whole process of direct to consumer. You're no longer, let's say a victim or indebted to one or two large platforms. You can actually play a much wider field. But more importantly, in the context of sellers, it opens up the field in a far more democratic manner. We all know that sellers are, in a sense, held to ransom by the big platforms, right? Because depending on the kind of volume or the advertising you buy on some of the large platforms, you get listed up there. When you're looking for a laptop, you'll get the obvious ones. With ONDC, actually this opens up and makes room for a lot more players. There are a whole lot of logistics partners that can help fulfill your last mile or your middle mile, right? From Blue Dart to delivery, there are a series of fulfillment partners. So you really don't need to work in build up that aspect. And of course, I think payment gateways, India is possibly the gold standard for the world. Instant payment digitally with adequate security built in. And that really makes it. So if you look at the entire value chain, there are a lot of D2C enablers readily available. And of course, in terms of customer support, right? So whether it is, the various sales forces of the world, there are so many aspects of customer support that you have. So I think today for a first-time entrepreneur or for an entrepreneur in D2C, the enablement ecosystem is fairly robust and fairly complete, right? He does not have to discover every aspect. And as he grows, and in the world of digital, they say it's always work in progress or it's a permanent beta world. As you progress, you can keep adding elements, you can keep tweaking it. I heard Debadatya briefly say about how he spent a lot of money building the app by the same people who built Swiggy, right? So as your revenues come in, as you grow, you can fine-tune your product, you can match up with the best in the world. And the reality is that for today's consumers, the expectation is a level playing field, right? You don't expect a new app you've downloaded to work any less efficiently than an Amazon or a Flipkart. Or you don't expect a Nama Yatri, very, very popular in Bangalore, to work any less efficiently than an Uber and Ola. So you're actually competing with the best in the world. But today you have the opportunity, you have the wherewithal for it. So D2C will truly democratize the market. And I think that is a hugely welcome step. What will it take to succeed in the D2C market? I think first and foremost, and I think one of the golden rules of marketing is anticipating and fulfilling consumer needs, right? So no matter as much of customer feedback you get from various intermediaries, I think going out, listening to real consumer experiences, meeting real consumers, meeting users of your product, seeing what's right and wrong with them cannot be replaced. So anticipating and fulfilling consumer needs is going to be the key. The second is obviously the uniqueness of your proposition. What is it that you bring that is absolutely unique, that can't be easily replicable, or fulfills a very specific niche in the market? The third, great customer experience. And customer experience is really not just about the way you design your app or your website, it's the entire value chain. From the time the consumer is seeking your business, your brand out, to the time it's getting fulfilled, to the time you're queuing him a next moment for consumption. Here's an important occasion, here's an anniversary, good reason to use my product again. At the same time, doing it discreetly. There's a very, very fine line between being intuitive, between being responsive, and invading someone's privacy. You don't want consumers to feel creepy about your need. So I think great customer experience involves a lot of human nuancing. It's not something that can easily happen. And of course, we talked of personalization and customization. People do not want random spam messages. If there's not something relevant for me, which is authentic in tone, which speaks to me, which speaks to my need, which addresses me in a proper manner, which is mailed to me or stimulus sent to me at a particular point in time, that will work. So I think recognizing and understanding the consumer are most important. Get them to your website, but make it sticky, right? So it's not just about driving traffic, but about making them stay long enough and fulfilling their need. And working hard at customer endorsements. I think something that I always stress at is that getting real customers to endorse you, authentic customers to endorse you, not paid for reviews to boost up your ranking and 5-star ratings, I think is worth its weight in gold. So when real consumers go, and very often it's actually a small prod, a small reminder, going that extra mile to get consumers to remind you. I've got a small section here, purely, and I think given the Bengal Chamber, saying that why is it, and I keep getting asked this question, why is it that startups from the East don't get the same level of funding, the same level of attention? I just got another couple of slides to share, which I think would be relevant for the audience. I think here are some of the challenges for D2C startups in Bengal. And I must confess, from what I saw in the earlier sessions, at least these folks have clearly overcome them, but just some thoughts. I think clearly if you just look out as an outside in, and I've seen startup pitches across the country, from the NCR region, Delhi, the startups have the self-confidence, the flash and courage. That's what comes through in every transaction, right? Mumbai and the greater Bombay region have integrity, conviction, and ambition. Right, Bangalore, the tech capital, startups have technology, technology, and technology, right? So all the tech-led startups are headquartered there. But all these have a steady state of funding, right? So there's a well-entrenched networks. For anyone with a reasonably good idea, with a kind of proof of market concept that works, it's much easier, right? My experience has been that Kolkata startups usually have a great product idea and a sincere belief that it will work out of rational judgment, but don't have enough of the enabling ecosystem. And by that I mean primarily, a very well-developed angel investment market. And therefore you see a lot of founders relocating or kind of moving their business. At a macro level, it's like a lot of Indian startups that want to go global, they perforce relocate themselves to a Singapore or go down to the Silicon Valley. So I think that's an issue that begets some introspection. I'm sure the Bengal Chamber would like to look at it, but I really believe that that's it. I've got some thoughts on what they need to do is to really grow exposure. And I would say one is exposure to peer groups. It's not always investors, it's about like-minded founders. It's about going through that whole struggle or that learning curve, if you may, together. I think it's to work with investors who are able to look at the larger story, right? Very often investors come with very short investment timelines and most importantly short attention spans. I think it's the ability to say that there's a lot more conviction. If a market that is more traditional, that's more rooted in history, is able to adopt, then that says a lot. Its acceptance in other markets should be so much more easier. I think to work closely with media to project them wonderfully. I mean, I do concede that a lot of the business press picks up and amplifies startups in the big three, right? So it's, Bangalore, Mumbai, Pune, and NCR, which is their favorites. But I think clearly there's a case, and I know, this really needs to be amplified. In the world of digital media, it's easy to do. And to forums like this that can play a multiplier effect, all right? How do you really take the idea and run larger, right? So this is why I would say a lot of startups are under the radar, underfunded, and in a sense undernourished. And I think the opportunity to change that is here and is large. So that's really my appeal as an investor or what needs to be done. Since we are closer to the end of the thing, I just want to leave the last section, wearing my old, marketeer's hat and talk about 4 insights that are very relevant to the D2C space. And I won't keep this very long. I think the one is that post-pandemic, I think, and why I say it's a launch for D2C, is that a lot of people are prioritizing on health, happiness, and simplicity, right? The first 6 months of the lockdown taught most of us that how little it takes for us to, live a comfortable life, right? You have your family with you. You don't have to go out dining to a fine dine restaurant. You can have so much fun. But that really made a lot of people introspect about what they want out of life, right? So people looked at digital detox, people looked at protecting themselves, boosting their immunity. We all tried those various concoctions, adding haldi to our milk and so on and so forth. Also about mindfulness. So I think consumers today have become, and a segment of consumers have become realistically very focused on this. And segment that D2C can address, to my mind, much better than large corporations can. Right? The fact that consumers are going back to slightly more basic needs, and smaller brands can actually cater to this direct to consumer. The second is really omni-channel being omnipresent, that you can have this network built in micro geographies. So while your digital presence is large, but you can have a fulfillment ecosystem built with a set of retailers in a small area, really letting consumers experience the full strength of what your brand can do, right? So consumers can have frictionless experiences, totally in tune with their lifestyle. The last, and Sai briefly touched upon the fact that brands are seeking a larger purpose. And this is even truer of younger consumers. All things equal, consumers want businesses and brands that give back to the community that they take from, right? And therefore, consumers are beginning to look at things that a brand does outside of just pushing the price-value equation. Are you contributing a bit back to the society? Are you doing things in an ethical manner? Are you able to stand up for things that your consumers believe in, right? In the NCR, we've seen pollution being a serious issue. Brands that are consciously taking calls, helping people out, advocating carpooling, are being rewarded. And again, D2C can actually speak to these small sets of consumers for whom ethics and values matter. I think lastly is taking cognizance of the influencer. The influencer is not just, a guy with 1 million followers who can churn out viral videos. It's also people who can influence your brand's narrative and can talk about the unique selling points, right? They are niche and growing audiences. Some of them command, most of you know that the largest single, media channel in this country is YouTube, right? It's not, as you thought, your favorite TV channel. That's how large it is. And therefore, cultivating a body of influencers in a rational manner who can amplify your brand narrative has a huge bit of value, right? So I'll leave it at that. Just 4 insights, good for D2C brands. A few thoughts on what it takes for, the Bengal ecosystem, the D2C ecosystem to kickstart. And happy to take a few questions. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention.
You had a slide on ONDC. If you know a little more as to the status of that, what's happening around that, I would appreciate it.
So ONDC, like I said, is really being built as a protocol. It's a Section 8 company. They are not built for profit. They're not seeking to replace an Amazon or a Flipkart. What they want to do is open up the ecosystem so a small buyer can get onto the platform, a seller can get onto the platform. You can choose all the intermediary levels, the fulfillment, the payment mechanism. What they're seeking to do, in a sense, is what the government stated policy is to replicate the NPCI. This company called National Payments Council of India, right? They created the the UPI. ONDC is seeking to be the UPI of the e-commerce ecosystem, saying that why should e-commerce be controlled by 2 mega players? Just like why were payments controlled by 2 global behemoths, Master and Visa? So why should e-commerce be controlled, hypothetically, let's say by Amazon and Flipkart? ONDC is opening up the ecosystem. And the value that they're bringing is that a lot of brands that were, held by the short and curly, so to speak, of the big players, now can get exposure. If you're a small spice manufacturer making masalas in Coimbatore, you can get the same degree of exposure on ONDC should your product be good and have a wide enough audience that today is possibly cornered by 1 or 2 large companies that possibly pay advertising money. So every time you say you want your favorite masala, those two brands show up. Now it could be an individual housewife or whatever, as long as you've got a quality, unique, differentiated offering. Right? So the path they're going in is big. They're working market after market. They can't go national. But they've had some great successes. In Bangalore, they have there's a third-party platform called Nama Yatri that right now does twice as many rides as Ola plus Uber combined. Right? So there is, so the enablement that ONDC can do is phenomenal and therefore will open up a huge opportunity.
Is there any VC or an accelerator that is looking at ONDC and ONDC related startups?
I think all funds are looking excitedly as brands willing to partner with ONDC, recognizing that over time, these brands could be better margined than ones dependent on closed ecosystems like Swiggy, Zomato, so to speak. Right? The moment a brand is breaking out of the shackle, and belief is that long term, ONDC will succeed. I mean, one should assume it will succeed, though the levels of intuitiveness may not be as good as Amazon and Flipkart. Remember that the old platforms have our data for the last 5-10 years, and therefore are that much more sophisticated in predicting our next need. ONDC will take time, and they are not built as totally as a consumer-facing app. They are built as an enabling protocol, but directionally, yes. Please, Shabran.
I thought this was a very good session, honestly. Lot of information. I guess maybe a lot of startups would have got benefited with this call. So I also face the same thing. I do receive a lot of calls from Calcutta in terms of startups talking to me, just wanting to know more about it. What according to you is holding them back? They're the same. They have the same resources. I mean, the resources are not different. It's about the attitude of people, which I can understand. What else is holding startups in Kolkata back? What can we do to support it?
Shabran, good question. I wish I had a direct answer. But I think deep within it, I would say is that a culture of more conservatism. So people want to be far more sure of their proposition before they go out to the market, as opposed to elsewhere. And I know this may seem like a generalization. It's the fact that in a digital world, the one fastest with the idea out there, willing to try and willing to tweak or pivot, as the startup ecosystem calls it, has a better chance to succeed. I think in general, and I've seen pitches, they're very well thought through, but people are still working the concept, they're researching the concept, they're fine-tuning the concept. I think therefore a system of, shall we say, more self-confidence, and that could be because of not enough opportunity for early stage investing. So I think the ability to go out there, try, fail fast, fail repeatedly, and then succeed. So I think it's really a function of, more conservatism. People want to get it very right? And, I guess it's also a tribute to the deeper roots and the kind of culture. But I think in the startup ecosystem, it's almost in reverse. Right? When I began my career, we almost hid failures about, brands that we launched that were buried. I think today it's almost a badge of success, right? If you fail thrice, you're unlikely to fail the fourth time is what most investors believe. So I think that's the biggest holdback. The second, I think, is lack of enough exposure, right? One keeps hearing about, great technology companies coming from Bangalore and such like. I think the Cal ecosystem doesn't get amplified enough by the media. And I guess some part is, again, the fact that people are not so vocal or not so, shall we say, in your face, like in North India or elsewhere. But a little generalizations, but that's the core of my belief, because the ideas that have come from here have traditionally been very solid and very well thought through. And to my mind, another part is that if it can succeed here in a very conservative environment, the chances of succeed multiply many-fold elsewhere in the country. But great question, Samram. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was indeed wonderful. May we have a large round of applause for sir. Sir, just stay back for a minute, please. May I request Mr. Obijit Roy, Senior Vice President, the Bengal Chamber, and MD and CEO, Berger Paints India Limited, to kindly hand over a small token of appreciation from our end. Thank you very much, sirs. While the laptop is being set up, we move on to our last and final speaker, our closing keynote speaker for today, Mr. Rohit Ori, Executive Chairman and CEO, FCB Group, India. Mr. Ori features amongst Brand Equity's top 10 most influential leaders in Indian advertising. He was also named India's most inspirational leader in advertising by WCRC. Most recently, he was named Influential Leaders of New India 2021 by CNN News 18 and recognized as India's Best 50 Marketing and Communication Leaders 2021 by White Page International, a global marketing consultancy firm. So please, welcome on stage. We are eagerly waiting to listen to you. Thank you.
It's not sure. Oh, okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Obijda has just left. Being the last speaker in a conference which is so focused on one topic is like the analogy that he drew earlier, which is that, how do you woo a girl? But here, a lady or a gentleman, right, Anup? So here the woman has been wooed or the gentleman has been wooed, married and has a few children already. So I've clearly missed the bus. But, a lot of it is repetition. I think you've heard it over the entire day today. So I'm not going to kind of waste your time, repeating all that. But very clearly, I'd just go quickly over the piece and perhaps give back some of the time to Bengal Chamber. So that, we are running over time. So is the future only D2C? And that's the question I wanted to ask. Lloyd just talked about the future is D2C. So what we're seeing is, of course, there's massive growth. And one of the things we've seen everybody talk about is that it's not only just direct-to-consumer brands, it's also traditional brands which are actually looking at D2C. And that's really the important piece here. It's no longer the purview and can be, the core capability of just digital native brands only. So D2C is capturing a greater share of the consumer wallet, and really, are you ready for it? Now, you've seen lots of figures being bandied about how big this is going to be, how big the e-commerce piece is. The only thing I wanted to actually say was, and perhaps an interesting difference, is that is all online D2C? In my opinion, no, it is not. Because all online is, D2C is a segment of all online, because online is where you float, a product or a brand online and hope it goes and lands somewhere and somebody buys it, versus D2C is really about knowing, understanding your consumer and really building on that knowledge and creating what the topic here today is, connected, closer and cozier. That fundamentally, when you're connected, closer and cozier, is, in my opinion, D2C. So consumers want to shop directly and businesses want to sell directly. So the beauty of it is that it's a marriage made in heaven, and there can be no better connection here between what consumers want to buy and what manufacturers and businesses want to sell. So when you look at consumers wanting to shop directly, convenience, personalized experience, purpose, right? These are the important pieces of the whole mix of why they really want to shop directly. Convenience, we all know, we've spoken about that. It's easy to get in. The interesting part here is that consumers are willing to pay more for the convenience of and especially in the direct to consumer shopper, very much willing to pay for convenience, personalized experience, willing to pay more for that personalized experience. So that's a value that you can add and bring in. And when you say personalized experience is really, Lloyd has spoken about it. We've heard Somaran talk about it as well. The whole thing of, being able to influence what the product is really going to be. We work with Reliance, and Reliance was really talking about this whole thing of when they're actually now creating almost a direct-to-consumer a channel as part of their entire ecosystem, they're actually going to manufacturers and specifying what product they want to put into that. So what size, what SKU, which product, what flavors, etc. All those are being actually recreated. And purpose. Now, purpose, is a much abused term where people talk about purpose as it's not just about what you do for the environment, what you do for society. Purpose is what do you do for the consumer, right? How do you improve? How do you bring convenience? How do you bring value into his or her life? And that, I think, is really the fundamental thing. Like if you look at Just My Roots, the purpose of the brand is really to bring your food memory to you wherever you are, right? So that whole thing of holding that purpose and being true to that purpose is really what D2C consumers really want. And 86% of shoppers actually say they're willing to pay for it. So they're using new technologies, localization, value. These are all different reasons and how consumers are interacting with D2C brands, right? So, and they're willing to pay for these experiences and this value. Businesses also want to sell direct. This piece Lloyd has talked about, I'm not going to repeat it, but it's just about getting to market faster, getting better access to consumer data, and of course, control the entire consumer experience. I think fundamentally, in my opinion, the heart of D2C is really being able to control the entire consumer experience end to end. And if you can do that in a way that speaks true to what the brand stands for, what's the brand purpose, what is the brand's world in which the brand is operating, and you can do that in a seamless manner, I think that fundamentally is the foundation of what D2C brands really are. And of course, improve their margin by going direct. So the heart of D2C, in my opinion, is consumer engagement. The best D2C experiences are created by brands that capture the data of various channels and put them in a dynamic. So they have a holistic view of the consumer, not a unidimensional, but a complete view. And if you look at a 360 view, it's all about every single element that the consumer is actually going. Is that what pages are the consumer browsing? What is the social conversation? What is the campaign activity? How did the user react to digital campaign? What did he say at the CRM? What did he have a complaint? What was the conversation between the user and the customer service team? What are the demographics that you use, other filters to look at? And mobile apps and IoT, what really are the other platforms that the consumer is engaging in? But fundamentally, the one thought that I want to leave you with is that to connect closer and cozier, we need to power humanity with data and technology. It's not the other way. It's not about data and technology dominating, you have the data and you will use it in whichever way you want to do it. But fundamentally, it's about understanding what is the human need. And I think, when you hear the Just My Roots story, right? That fulfillment of a human need, right? That fulfillment has a particular joy that cannot be replicated anyway. You may have the data, you may know that, okay, X person's kid is in a different city, but what that person really wants, and to make that happen, really is about using the power of humanity, about human impact, and really powering it with data and technology. So the key D2C challenges, and as we see, perhaps the important piece here is that looking at the addressable market, right? Because D2C propositions face limitations to reach offline consumers. And if you see a lot of the D2C brands which started off, you know, if you look at Pepper Fry, for instance, and many others have started offline stores as well, right? So this whole omni-channel and being present in multi-channels is really perhaps the most important thing. And sometimes when categories they have low penetration, it always becomes a challenge to look at the addressable market size, and eventually all online brands, D2C brands which are using primarily online come offline as well to really expand the customer base. Customer retention, and we saw a lot of that conversation as well, where we were talking about this whole thing of, you know, with competition, and this is a evolved consumer, with competition and options really there, customers are moving fast from one brand to the other. So the rising cost of customer acquisition underscores the importance of returning consumers. So that brings back to the point that I was talking about earlier, really about understanding what is that human need that you're serving, and how do you satisfy that in a way that customers keep coming back. Lifetime value, that's the other thing. We need to boost lifetime value through strategies like brand building, subscriptions, new product developments, etc. And of course, personalization and loyalty support. Those are the important pieces. The other piece is really about customer, acquisition cost and customer lifetime value, right? So as the important piece in this is recognizing that difference and really focusing on the lifetime value. So, despite growing customer, the high cost of customer acquisition, growing customer lifetime value is really, really important. And that is something that the D2C brands often struggle with, because the cost of customer acquisition actually goes up as they penetrate, deeper and deeper into that very limited customers base. So, traditional and new marketing channels are necessary really to maintain these margins. So finally, the do's and don'ts of D2C, what we're saying is do differentiate. And the important piece here is that a lot of direct-to-consumer brands start off by differentiating only on the price, right? Saying that we could come to you, why are you paying this price for established brand? I'm breaking the model. I'm saving cost by actually, eliminating the middleman. So here it is, at a much cheaper price. And we've seen many of those, the Dollar Shave Club, etc., globally use that. But the whole thing is that differentiation really has to be looked at in a way that is long-term and sustainable. It cannot be about just the price value that you're giving, because over a period of time, there'll be other people who are giving it at that same price. So what is it, even as a D2C brand, you would create as a differentiation, as a distinctiveness in the marketplace? And really about investing with a view to think long term. So those two pieces are really important, and they go hand in hand. And using data, I think Lloyd talked about it. The whole thing is that you have data at your hand. You have to use it wisely, right? You have to use it, and the point that I was saying, understand the consumer, use the data with humanity, right? So that the person knows but you don't overstep that line. It's like a human relationship. It's like a friendship that you have with people. You never overstep and be intrusive. And the important piece is don't stop innovating. I think we've had so many examples today, about continuous innovation, so whether it is the Chinese cuisine, and then it's about Mughlai, and then it's about Bengali fusion. So there is a constant innovation. There's a never finished attitude, right? So it's not that we are finished, we are constantly innovating. And the whole thing is about not losing focus. I saw this movie, it's just a new movie, it's come in here, and it's pretty much like your story, right? It's about really, the startup brings mothers' food to home cooked food to a whole host of bachelors started off in Mumbai city. And as investors like Lloyd get into the mix, they push for quicker returns, right? And they push, so instead of, a whole host of mums, they actually moved to a cloud kitchen. And that destroyed the model completely, because at the end of it, the purpose of the brand was really about bringing mothers homemade, home-cooked food to young men and women, not their own mother, but any mothers, just the feeling and the joy of eating home-cooked meals. And losing focus of that really actually destroyed the brand completely, and that ambitious plans to deliver shareholder value, in a very short period of time. And the whole thing is don't waste resources. The whole thing is how asset heavy or how asset light you want to be really depends on how the business is evolving over a period of time, and how you want to look at that from a continuous perspective. So I did that really fast, so I think you, if not anything, you should give me points for a short and sweet presentation. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them. I know we've discussed D2C bear now. Everybody is tired of D2C. So, yeah.
Sorry, this is more related to FCB actually, So you have been legacy in terms of doing some big brands, large brands, doing it in the legacy ways. How are you guys changing? What's your plan in the D2C world?
So, the interesting part of it is, like, for instance, I was just talking to somebody this morning, and what we're really proud of is, 7 of our top 10 clients actually have worked with us for over 4 decades, right? And the fact is, one of our single largest brand is Amul, right? At 75,000 crores, it's twice the size of Unilever in India, right? And their ambition is 1 lakh crores by 2024. They're going to be the world's largest FMCG company. So the interesting part is, this hasn't come from no evolution piece, right? So it is about evolving communication channels, because unless you are with the way the market is flowing, right, where the consumers are going, right? Without that, really this doesn't happen. What I feel is, and perhaps this is a big testimony to our Indian companies, is the speed of innovation. The lack of very complex internal structures actually enables them and powers them to deliver in the Indian market today in a faster, better way, because our consumers have evolved a lot, right? So from 30 minutes to 20 minutes to 10 minutes to blink it, right? So the whole thing is that how fast you're changing and evolving to that is really important. So what we are doing with a lot of our clients is, like, to continue the Amul example, is really about looking at how we can build within their structure a whole ecosystem of direct to consumer. Do you know they have over maybe 1,200 brands? You may not have heard of some of these brands, right? So there is a particular variety that they create of Shrikhand, which is available only to a select audience in in Mumbai, right? So there are certain pockets that they've created where they're able to kind of customize and produce products like that. These are not available to everybody. I mean, nobody's seen these products across all over India, but very clearly they've picked up local, insights and looking at what they can do with milk in a way that can actually cater to the different tastes of India in different ways. And these are actually then marketed in a very micro marketed way. You don't see ads on television for these at all. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. By now I figured the drill.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a pleasure listening to you. I would now like to welcome Mr. Mahesh Motwani, Executive Vice President, Initiative Media, and a member of the Marketing and Brand Committee of the Bengal Chamber, to hand over the mementos to sir. I would now like to welcome Mr. Triti Mojumdar, Managing Director, Quaker Chemical India Private Limited, for delivering the vote of thanks.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon, very good evening. We are coming to a close of this wonderful program that we have organized by Marketing Conclave on D2C, connected closer and cozier. It has been incredibly insightful and an enriching experience for all of us, specifically for me, who is primarily from the B2B space. And today I learned that maybe D2C is a myth that D2C is not applicable for B2B. So it's a learning for me as well. Thanks to the collective efforts of many individuals and organizations, on behalf of the Marketing and Branding Committee of the Bengal Chamber, I would like to take this opportunity to express our heartfelt thanks to all of you for being part of this event. First and foremost, I would like to express our deep appreciation to our esteemed speakers and panelists. Your expertise, knowledge, and insights have been a driving force behind the success of this event. Your willingness to share your experiences, your learnings, and engage in thought-provoking discussions has undoubtedly left a lasting impact on all of us. We are also grateful to our sponsors and partners who have played a pivotal role in making this event possible. Your support and commitment have been invaluable, and we look forward to continuing our collaboration in the future. Our chief patron, JIS Group. Our title sponsor, Tata Steel Asiana. Powered by Exide Industries Limited, Berger Paints, my own company, Quaker Houghton Limited, Century Plyboards India Limited, our exclusive media partner, The Telegraph, our co-sponsors, Shalimar Chemical Works Private Limited, Lead Squared, Macho Hunt, and Simple, and our outdoor partner, Selville. A special mention goes to the organizing committee led by Sonali, Suwana, and Bikramjit, and the team supporting them. A big round of applause to all of them. Your meticulous planning and attention to detail have not got unnoticed, and we owe the success of this event to your hard work. To all the participants and attendees, thank you for your active engagement and enthusiasm throughout these sessions, even though we were slightly beyond the schedule. Your questions, discussions, and networking have added depth and vibrancy to our conclave. As we move forward from this conclave, let us carry the knowledge, the insights gained here into our respective organization industries The D2C landscape is evolving rapidly, and the lessons shared here will undoubtedly shape the future of marketing in this space. In closing, I would like to express our profound gratitude once again to everyone who has contributed to the success of this marketing conclave on direct-to-consumer. Let's continue to collaborate, innovate, and drive positive change in the world of D2C marketing. And as they say in our organization, I'm sure we'll do great things together. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening ahead. And to all of you who are from outside Calcutta, safe travels. Thank you.
So before we finish, we have two small tokens, one for Anup sir and one for Trideep sir. And Mr. Dipanjan Dotto, he's here, he's a member of the Marketing and Brand Committee of the Bengal Chamber. Sir, if you can kindly do us the honors.
Mr. Anup Hoon in the morning said that he has a last say. For a change, I had my last say.
For all the support that we got, the guidance that we got, sir, thank you so much. And one more is just getting printed. We need just one more minute.